Real dinosaur? we now recognize that birds are dinosaurs, what I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing, and a very happy Thursday BIRDSday to one and all. It is great to have you here. Welcome. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully, you're already aware that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I happen to work on dinosaurs in particular, but paleontology is much more than just dinosaurs, and I always take pains to make that clear. Fossils are the preserved remains of ancient living things. That's everything from fossil whales to fossil bacteria. From trees to frogs to corals to squid. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to paleontology, and but it happens to be the tip of the iceberg that I study. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. Dinosaurs are what I talk about here on Twitch. I'm a dinosaur guy, but We don't just talk about dinosaurs here. We talk about all kinds of
We have much to learn
different
about the
critters.
age of reptiles.
Skyhawk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Hello, hello. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, is that a Gastornis I see above the baby trike? Well, maybe we'll see as soon as Sweetie Pie lets us. She's doing the whole cat protection racket thing right now. But should it be Gastornis or should it be Diatrima? If you want to, we can look at a paper that just came out about this. Maybe reinstituting Diatrima as a valid genus name. It'd be an appropriate day to look at that, given that it is Thursday BIRDSday. So yeah. Anywho, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. What's shaking with you? Yeah. How are you, Sweetie Pie? How are you? Oh, look at that chin. Look at that chin. I wish the camera went further back so maybe get a longer arm for this. So we can see you in all your glory, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Sweetie Pie's one of my landlords here. And, she's come to collect her rent for the day. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Huh. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Let's get some treats for you, huh? And then we can get on with our agenda for the day. And Mini Pie is here too. Well, goodness. We've got both landlords coming to collect. Well, well, well. Yeah, here's Mini Pie. Right here in the chair. What are you doing, Minnie? What are you doing, Mini Pie? My goodness, Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie. It's a catapalooza. Well, we've got 2 of 3 cats currently on screen. We'll see if Moon Pie chooses to show up later, then we would have a full cat trip. There's some for you, Minnie. Do you want those? Here. What do you think? You gonna get those? Look, they're for you. You can eat them. What's the problem? What? You want it served up on a silver platter? The silver platter's in the dishwasher right now. I don't know what to tell you. Here, can I push you a little closer to... Oh! There we go. Now I can reclaim my seat. There you go. Don't sit on my keyboard, though. Who am I kidding? You're gonna do what you want. But, yeah. There we go. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. I promise it's not all cats all the time, but, there are some cats. At times. Like now. And 3D printer still functional? Wombat hole? Yes. Oh, look. Revving some... Whoop. There goes Sweetie Pie. I guess Mini Pie scared her off. It's interesting seeing the kind of, like... the social dynamics between the different cats. You know? Fascinating to watch at times. Anyway, on today's stream, we're going to be doing Thursday BIRDSday, like we do on Thursdays. We'll be talking about some, all kinds of different fossil critters. Maybe we'll look at that Gastornis / Diatrima paper. And, we'll also be looking at another paper, kind of a lovely review paper about the current state of avian paleontology. What we've been able to figure out about the fossil history of birds over the last decade or so. That'll be fun to look at too, and very appropriate for Thursday BIRDSday, huh? Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. And then, of course, later on, for Thursday BIRDSday, we'll be looking at some viewer-submitted pictures, some community-supplied images of various birds taken throughout the week, which is going to be pretty neat. Yeah. Anywho. And how's the kitty treat inventory? Is it getting low? This particular bag is getting kind of low, but I've got another bag as a backup, and then a big container full of other treats, the non-dental treats too. So, while it's always nice to have more cat treats, I can't lie to you. I can't say that we're running low. We're not. We're doing pretty well. Huh, Mini Pie? We doing pretty well? Yeah. You want some more? Would you like that? Would you like that? Here. Get you some more. Oh. Yeah. Oh, and very nice, Chaotic Time Traveler. Good for you. Looking to do some traveling and do some field work potentially. Very, very cool. Yeah. Well. Anywho, I'm gonna have a very busy weekend and a very busy week next week. Getting ready for a trip to North Dakota, visiting the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota, and reconvening with some old friends and colleagues. Liz Friedman Fowler and Denver Fowler. Denver used to be my crew chief for years and years back when I lived and worked in Montana. And we've got a Spinosaur paper to finish up and then get submitted for publication. So I'm going to have to do some illustration work prior to that. I'm going to have to do some manuscript work. I'm going to have to make sure that my mobile stream rig is all set up and ready to go for when I show up there in North Dakota. Going to work on new alerts. Got to work on troubleshooting. Field testing, making sure everything is working. Got to try out the satellite rig as well, because I think I'll be bringing my new satellite dish up there, because I do not trust the internet speeds. I do not trust the internet speeds in North Dakota. Having been there this past October and stayed in a hotel for this is prior to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. I stayed in the capital town, Bismarck, North Dakota. And stayed at a hotel that's advertised for its high internet speeds. High-speed internet! It said on the website. I run speed test by Ookla, and I got, I think it was 0.3 megabits per second. I'm used to gig speed internet here in the San Francisco Bay Area. So 0.3 megabits per second, that's considered high speed in parts of North Dakota, apparently. So, yeah. Where your internet speeds have been at, oh, I'm sorry, Salamander, that's lousy. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. And don't worry, everybody's fussing over me in the chat. Oh, Danny, make sure you wear layers. Make sure that your body doesn't get too cold when you're north. I know. I used to live in Montana, for crying out loud, for the better part of a decade. You know, there were entire months when it was negative 40 degrees outside, and I had to work outdoors for part of it, you know? And notice when I said negative 40, I didn't say Celsius or Fahrenheit, because that's the point at which the Celsius and Fahrenheit scales converge, is at negative 40. So believe me, I know how to dress in cold weather. I know I might live in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I know that 364 days out of the year here, it's t-shirt and shorts weather. But I know how to fare up in the frozen north, believe me. Believe me. Don't worry about me. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And don't forget the cattle prod to deal with the raptors, the Dakota raptors, nonetheless, although they are part turtle, austerlitz. Maybe at some point next week, let's see what our schedule is like, but I might work on a t-shirt design if I've got time. Here, Mini Pie. Yeah, I don't have anything planned for Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, maybe we'll do that on one of those days. If I can get that t-shirt design ready, then I can actually get it printed. Printed on a transparency, I can burn it into a silk screen, and I can screen print myself some t-shirts prior to going to North Dakota. And yes, they will be t-shirts worn under a sweatshirt, under a jacket. So don't worry, when I'm outdoors, I know how not to get frostbite. So yeah. Let's hope the part turtle makes Dakota Raptor slow, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Here, that's the idea. The idea is to take the North Dakota state flag design and non-avian dinosaurify it. Take the eagle, turn it into a Dakota Raptor, complete with the feathery wings and everything. That shield on its chest, turn that into a turtle, looking at the ventral side of it, so it'll be like a turtle plastron. I'll have some native fossil plants from North Dakota, maybe Susia or something like that, clutched in one of the hind feet, and then maybe a rock hammer in the other. But I think it'll be cool. If we've got time to work on this, then I'll do that live on stream. I think it'll be neat. It'll be cool to pre-design an appropriate t-shirt before I go out there to North Dakota. Be awesome. Yeah. So yeah, de-avianate the flag. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. And then we can all buy them? Hoping so, says Trek Nerd. I mean, that will be one of the designs that I would be able to offer for sale. Yeah. Again, as an update, a while ago I was talking about, well, years ago, I printed a bunch of t-shirts live on stream, hand-printed with a silkscreen press. And I was going to offer those up for sale to members of the community. And I kind of got bogged down with it primarily because I didn't think they were good enough to charge anybody money for. They'd be okay as freebies, I guess, but I wasn't happy with the quality. You know? It wasn't up to my standards. So, more recently, I found better blank t-shirts, and I've got a better method of actually, like, silk screening, too, so that might be something that we do, maybe even before I leave for the field. Maybe prior to this summer, I'll end up doing that. Taking a bunch of pre-orders from members of the community, printing the shirts live on stream so you can see it happen, doing all that work myself, and then I can box them up, charge people for them, and ship them out. There's a lot of details, there's a lot of legwork involved with that. For international shipping, it might be prohibitively expensive, so I might restrict it to just domestic. Apologies to anybody who lives outside the US, but I don't want to have to charge you $120 for a t-shirt that's probably worth $30, you know? So I don't know. I'll look into the shipping costs and everything, and we'll figure it out. But this could be one of the designs that I can offer, potentially, if we get all this done. So anyway, yeah. But yeah. And Blue and I will definitely pre-order. Yeah, Lenina, we'll see if this happens. No guarantees, but I would like to do merch, especially, I don't know. I do plan on going to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting this year, which will be in Birmingham in the UK. That's going to be really expensive to get to. Much more expensive than this past year when it was in Minneapolis. So in order to raise some money for this, maybe I'll do a big merch drop. And I like to think that'll make everybody happy. You know, if I can raise money for my attending the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, people can get some really cool merchandise, you know, union made right here in the USA. Made to order, even. Union of one. I also need to find a solid supplier of blank t-shirts. T-shirts that'll be really high quality. Hopefully they're domestically produced by union workers. I don't want to scrimp on this and sell you cheap t-shirts that are going to fall apart in the washing machine. You know, made in a sweatshop in Cambodia or something. I'm not trying to do that. So again, it's going to require a lot of work, but I'm excited about the idea. Anywho, yeah. And Golganek says cost will be size inclusive? I don't know, I gotta figure that out too. There's a lot I gotta figure out. But yeah. Anywho. We should just make the mods and VIPs make the shirts in the sweatshop. I'm not trying to do that, Crimson Carnotaurus. I wish I had the wherewithal to be able to pay all of the mods. But I don't, you know? I'm but a starving scientist. Just trying to make ends meet, you know? Mini Pie, you're so starved for attention today. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, and Rainstorm First is kitchen towels with different dinosaur skulls on them? I don't know. That would be a lot of work. Towels don't screen print well. That's a different process that you have to do in order to make towels. I guess kitchen towels they don't really have the same kind of filaments that like a bath towel would. But I don't know if that makes sense to do kitchen towels just economically, you know? It's a cool idea, I just don't know if it makes sense to do this time around. But yeah. And could we send you a shirt to print on? Probably not, Akamanita, because I don't want to... I don't know, it just complicates everything. If everybody wants to send me an individual shirt that's meaningful, it's like... It doesn't give me a lot of leeway to mess things up, you know? Because if I do a misprint on the shirt that you sent me, then shoot, we're out of luck, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And Golganak, no, absolutely. I do want to provide a lot of different sizes. So we'll see. But again, everybody's like chiming in with this and like, it's stressing me out already. There's a reason why I was never particularly successful in the merchandise business. Back when I lived in Montana, when I worked with Museum of the Rockies, I used to do merchandise for them and a number of other museums around Montana, and I was never very good at it. Just all of the legwork and all these different variables I had to deal with, you know, and then like you gotta keep calling and following up and making sure that they pay you for the, you know, $500 worth of t-shirts that you sent to the museum 2 months ago and they haven't gone back to you yet, and oh, we're sorry, we don't have it in the budget right now. It's like, well, where do you think I'm at? Trying to print t-shirts to put food on the table. I'm one guy trying to do this. You know how it goes. Well, anyway, it could be a lot of stress. But yeah. And Freaky Feline, I appreciate your enthusiasm there, but I've got so many different collaboration things that I'm doing this year, I just don't think I can swing that. But I appreciate you. Yeah. There's just too much going on. I don't have time for all the stuff that I should be doing anyway, you know? So yeah. Which brings me to something from yesterday. At the end of yesterday's stream, we were talking a lot about Pleistocene Park and the whole mammoth de-extinction idea and colossal biosciences and stuff like that. And I don't know. I think I was just getting a little bit frustrated. I apologize if I kind of snapped at anyone a little bit. I don't feel like I really did, but I want to be conscious of that in case I did. I didn't really notice it. But it just kind of gets to me sometimes, like when we're talking about a subject and then, given that this is a live broadcast, people are trickling in and out, and you know, sometimes folks have a question and they think that it's an original question and they think that it's like really pressing and it's something we just talked about 6 different times over the past hour. I don't know. It kind of reminded me of this a little bit.
Yeah, no, the absurdist. Yeah.
How many times did you sneak into the second act of Spamalot?
I didn't see it.
Oh.
You didn't see it?
Well, we used to sneak in.
We used to second act all the shows. We never saw the first act of anything.
No.
Really? Ever?
Truly had no idea what's happening in most shows.
Yeah.
Right. But you know where it lands.
We would always steal the end of a cigarette and walk out. We would be smoking outside.
And despite the fact that we were stowaways, we'd yell at the stage. Yeah. You know, we go see Phantom of the Opera. Who broke the chandelier? What happened? And we would make the cast fill us in.
You would. And the nice thing is if you're gonna get you.
Anyway, yeah. I realize that that's something that's inherent to a live broadcast medium like this. People are constantly trickling in and out, and a lot of people are going to have the same questions. And, I don't know. If I was a little short with anybody, I apologize. But it was at the end of the broadcast. We were like 5 hours in. I was hungry. Yeah, it's a lot. Trying to get people to understand the topics that we're discussing, and then having to answer the same questions again and again and again, you know? So, yeah. And Mayor Space says, you didn't come off as snippy. I thought you were very patient. I appreciate that, Mayor Space. Thank you. I'm a little self-conscious about this. You know, I try and be as effective an educator as I can, and, yeah. And hello to you, Bobcat. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And Dr. Terminator recently worked on care for a huge elephant disease. Yet they're, it's like elephant herpes, honestly, is something that they're trying to work on.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
P-Bounds, thank you very much for the Prime sub there. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. Holy cow. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is what I do for a living, and you're helping make that possible. You're putting food on my table, and I appreciate it. And Talia, thank you for those 4 months there.
Meow.
Meow to you too. Talia, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. Twiga Nora, hello to you too. Howdy, howdy. And Bobcat, I'm glad you're doing great. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganak. Oh yeah, I think that'll bring about a hype train. Here it comes. Yeah. But Danny, in terms of the theropods, who broke the chandelier? Roseanne, great question. I guess it depends what time you're talking about, but yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Terra says, in paleo circles, especially paleo Twitter, I often see people have a huge disdain for Colossal, but not even a squeak of the revolutionary side projects they're working on. That was one of the things that I was frustrated by yesterday, is people kept coming in and asking the same 2 questions again and again. The questions being, isn't that playing God to bring back a species that humans drove into extinction?
I'm not going to believe this, but I'm turning into...
Turning into what?
A dinosaur.
Is that true, Loonisaurus? My goodness. Thank you for the 25 months, Loonisaurus. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Yeah, they asked that question. Like, oh, well, you know, these different species that human beings hunted into extinction, isn't that playing God to bring them back? Like, no, of course not, for obvious reasons. The second question being, well, wouldn't our efforts be better put to use trying to help out living species rather than resurrecting extinct ones. Resurrecting. I should put that in quotation marks. And the thing is, well, resurrecting extinct species is kind of the end goal, and helping out living species are steps along the way to doing that. So yeah. Anyway, we probably won't be talking about that again for a while, because I found I just get kind of frustrated doing that. We just keep getting these same questions again and again and again. But I don't know. Maybe there will be some sort of really exciting news, and I'll be excited to talk about it, and I could just put some frequently asked question answers in a pinned message at the top of the chat or something. Maybe that would help. But I don't know. We'll see. And Hugh, did I get an email from you? Shoot, I probably did. I'm so far behind on emails right now. I apologize, Hugh. There's just a million things going on, and hopefully things will slow down a little bit in like mid-February, but I'm behind on so many different things right now. It's nuts. Anyway, yeah. And Dinodax Q&A. So we do have a lot of different things in the, like, there's a lot of commands that we've got in the chat for frequently asked questions. People have questions about extinction, or about dinosaur coloration, or about fossilization, or prospecting, or oil, or lots of stuff like that. Yeah. And I do recognize that kind of the key selling point of live broadcasts like this is that you can interact in real time. You can ask questions and get answers, and I don't want to make this entirely a thing where it's just, oh, well, go look at the frequently asked questions. It's nice to have those question commands as kind of a crutch. If I happen to be talking about something else and I'm really animated about it and focused on it in that moment, then mods can pull up a command. But yeah, I don't know. There's a balance that I'm trying to achieve here, and I don't always get it totally right, but I like to think that we're doing okay. I don't know. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. And might be a bit grumpy today because you got a bit of a cold. No worries, Charlie's Dragon. I'm sorry you've got a cold. But yeah. I'm glad you're here, though, Charlie's Dragon. I hope you're resting and recovering. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Oh, by the way, if we see the chatter Naderfiend here today, let me know. Because they asked a question yesterday that I wasn't able to get to. I think they left before I had a chance to answer it. So if you see Naderfiend around, yell up, let me know. And we'll get to their question about whether or not there were any marine amphibians during the age of the dinosaurs. So yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Fluffy Deinonychus.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Yes, we do, Fluffy Deinonychus. Thank you for helping support this broadcast for the past 31 months. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Holy cow. We've got a couple pieces of really interesting news to look at today before we get into our Thursday BIRDSday stuff, and some of it is related to Thursday BIRDSday. We might talk about this a little bit. Reevaluation of mastodon material from Oregon and Washington, USA, Alberta, Canada, Hidalgo and Jalisco, Mexico. Looking at 2 different species of mastodon, and I think maybe looking at, is it just morphology or is it DNA? I'm not totally sure. But this seemed pretty interesting. Somebody in chat came in for the first time yesterday and told us about this before the news even dropped. 76-million-year-old pterosaur bone with crocodilian bite found in Canada. Very cool stuff. We can talk about that. And then, here on Blue Sky, from somebody I met at SVP, Alberta Nicus. If you need a summary of recent advances in the field of bird paleontology, my lab mates have a new paper out reviewing the origin of avian brain, palate, wing, skeleton, and air-filled bones. Super neat stuff here, too. So, yeah, we'll see what we get to. We'll see what kind of questions we have. We'll see where this free-flowing conversation takes us today. So buckle up, everybody. Before we do that, though, let me take a minute and do a screenshot for a Blue Sky post. I've been forgetting to do this recently, so let's do that real quick. Let me kind of lean strategically in between the Archaeopteryx and the baby Triceratops. There we go, right there. Let's see if that's any good. Open up the old Photoshop here. There we go. I feel like I could do better than that. Here. Let me try smiling. Let's see if that helps. Let's try smiling. That's a good trick. All right. And that's better. We'll go with that. Crop that up. Let's save it. You know, I'm doing that thing again where I'm squinting too much. I've always done this in photos. Doesn't look good. I gotta make sure that my eyes are open and inviting looking. Not like I'm sneering or... I don't know. Let's try that. Much better. Much better. Okay. We'll run with that. And we've even got a suspicious-looking penguin right there. That must be in response to what somebody had said. Or in response to what I said. Who did that? Deathsaurus, that was you? That's fine. We'll make it work. Save as PNG. There's got to be some sort of plugin or something that I can get for Photoshop so that it's got a default raster format that it exports to, but I don't know. All right. We're chatting about bird evolution. Yeah. Recent fossil discoveries, newly published papers, and who knows what else. It's a viewer question driven stream, after all. On twitch.tv/ help if I'd spell it right. Paleontologizing. Come join us. Let's see. Nope, not edit image. We want that alt text there. There we go. Screenshot of Twitch stream. It's me in my office. In front of 3D printed baby Triceratops, skeleton, Berlin, Archaeopteryx specimen. Not the original, of course. And even a Gastornis Diatryma skull lurking in the background. Little penguin emoji also snuck its way into, not emoji, emote. Onto the screen. Alright. And let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Here we are. There's a link if anybody would like to engage with that post for whatever reason. There you are. Yeah. Anyone called a suspicious-looking penguin? Says Forest Penguin. Oh. You've arrived. Welcome, Forest Penguin. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We were talking all about penguins on what was it? Monday's stream? Tuesday's stream. Well, not all about penguins, but that was a significant portion of our stream on Tuesday was Penguin Awareness Day. So, talking about Los Penguinos as we were doing. Penguins. Talking about nautilus or cephalopods or something. I don't know. But I really want to do
At the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters, and of the monsters who chased them.
Sinful Hyman, thank you for the 6 months.
6 months already? Damn.
Holy cow! Yeah, that's really something. I appreciate it, Sinful Hyman. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot. Yeah. Good stuff. And I lurked a bit on the Tuesday stream. Nice to see something special for Penguin Awareness Day. Yeah, I'm sad, not sad, but apologetic that we didn't cover Penguin Awareness Day of. But we had Penguin Awareness Day observed because I dropped the ball on Monday. It all worked out. I don't think the penguins care that much. So yeah, that's fun. And Rainstorm for thank you for that. I appreciate your reposting that. And thank you, Trek Nerd. Appreciate it. 10 new follows. Holy moly. Join the Feathery Madness. Thank you, Rainstorm Fur. I appreciate you. Good stuff. Good stuff. You know, one of my New Year's resolutions this year is to try and do more on social media. It's such a chore for me. I know a lot of people resolve to spend less time on social media in the new year. I have to force myself to get on there oftentimes. So thanks for helping me continue to gain that following and everything. It's part of there you go, Lenina. Yeah, it's part of our continuing mission here online to do more outreach like this, to develop a larger following, all that good stuff. And Oscar Juniors, this helps with that. Thank you, Oscar Juniors, for gifting Yakmans. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Wombat Hole says, did the polar bears eat all the penguins in the north? There never were any penguins in the north. Except for Penguinus, the great auk, but that's not actually a penguin. It's a long story. And they didn't live at the North Pole. In the Arctic, really. They're kind of a North Atlantic kind of species. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, I mentioned Diatrimoskull in that alt text there. Yeah. Even a Gastornis or Diatrimoskull lurking in the background. That's right up here. This right there. This is a critter that actually has a special place in my heart, no matter what you want to call it. There was a display at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco when I was a kid, featuring this critter. A giant, hulking, flightless bird that lived shortly after, relatively shortly after, the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. So, after that asteroid hit, and the majority of species of life on Earth go extinct, including all of the non-bird dinosaurs, mammals started to take over, but at certain times there were big birds that are sort of trying to occupy some of the niches that their dinosaur compatriots left behind. Here. There's kind of a cliche, you could almost call it a meme. You see it in books like this. That after the extinction of the dinosaurs, mammals kind of take power, but they didn't do so completely. Yeah, what happened to the dinosaurs? And then after that, after the dinosaurs, you had these enormous flightless birds like this.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Evolutionary accident.
And there you go, Wombat Hole. It totally was an evolutionary accident, that asteroid impact. Absolutely. But yeah, Wombat Hole, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I don't know, there's something very, as a kid, there was something very unsettling about this kind of form factor. Like, here's this bird, this gigantic, leggy bird. Look how muscular those legs look. And you'll see all kinds of illustrations of them running down, knocking over, and pulling apart these little ancestral horses. These guys are small. They're about the size of a Cocker Spaniel. They're not big animals. In fact, I have a 3D printed one right here, an Eohippus. One of these days I'll get around to painting it. But, yeah, this is life-size right here, you know? It's not a big critter. These little horses from the beginning of the Cenozoic, from the early part of the Age of Mammals. This is life-size right here. Yeah, these little horses. So it's kind of a cliche to have these these Paleogene birds, these birds from early on in the Age of Mammals, to have them chase down and eat those horses. In fact, you even see it in stuff like Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. There we go. Watch out, little horses. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Hang on, Tone Rebellion. Yowza. Yowza. Oof. So there we go. That is from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. There's a link to that right there. As it turns out, these animals, even though that is very much a cliche, these critters, Gastornis or Diatryma, chasing down and eating small horses like this. So many different examples. Depictions in paleo art here. They probably didn't do this. That's actually Titanus right there. It's not Diatryma, but whatever. It turns out these animals, probably mostly herbivorous. They probably mostly ate plants, seeds, nuts, fruits, that kind of thing. So yeah. Let me get to Tone Rebellion's question though real quick. We'll derail for a second. Tone Rebellion, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. What do you think about the Demon Ducks of Doom, the Dromornithines? Dromornis is the genus name, right? Yeah, Dromornis. So much trouble with that, Dromornithidae. Okay. The Dromornithines. What do I think about them? They've got a very similar bill shape to Gastornis, aka Diatryma. And so I wonder if they've got a similar ecology. I wonder if they're also mostly eating plants. But we'll get to that. Yeah. Anywho, they were hungry enough to eat a horse, says Patrick Crusader. Yeah, and who knows if they they would do that if they got a chance to, you know? There's a horse, it's right there, they're really hungry, might as well eat it, you know? They're big enough. But yeah. And Neverwinter, I have seen that. We'll talk about that in a few minutes too, I think, if you remind me. The new Walking with Dinosaurs thing. I've got a chip on my shoulder about the new Walking with Dinosaurs series, because I have a personal connection to this. But, we can talk about that in a bit. Anyway. When I was a kid, Gastornis, aka Diatryma, I have usually referred to it as Diatryma, it lived rent-free in my head. Particularly because of a display at the California Academy of Sciences. The modern California Academy of Sciences doesn't have much in the way of fossil material or displays about paleontology, which is ironic because ostensibly their director is a paleontologist, Scott Sampson, but they don't have a lot of fossil stuff. That's not one of the big focuses of the California Academy of Sciences in the way that it used to be when I was a kid. They had this marvelous Walk Through Time exhibit downstairs that had a big impact on me as a youngster. You know, when I'd go there with my dad, we'd walk through, and I just wanted to spend all day there looking at some of the dinosaur displays. Some of them were done by Stephen and Sylvia Cherkis. I think a lot of those original displays you can actually see at their museum in Blanding, Utah nowadays. But anyway, after the dinosaur part, you get into the early Cenozoic, the early part of the Age of Mammals, because you're walking through time. And you go around this corner, I remember, and there are these big flightless birds just staring you in the face with their big yellow eyes and their shaggy feathers, and they used to scare the jeepers out of me. Here's a photo. It doesn't really do it justice. It's really difficult to find images of this online nowadays because this exhibit doesn't exist anymore. But man, it's not even supposed to be scary necessarily. Like, here's presumably a male and a female, Gastornis, aka Diatryma, and some chicks right there. Should be kind of cute, you know, a family group, right? But man, they really used to scare me. In fact, yeah, look at that eye right there. And it's stuck with me ever since, you know? It's like a bird shouldn't be this big. It shouldn't be the size where it could gobble up a small child. And yet, these animals were real. It's always stuck with me. It's one of those things that had a big impact. But yeah. And Patrick Crusader says, so is that why you find feathered dinosaurs scary? I mean, they just inherently are. You know? In the same way that an animal with fur, if it's big and meat-eating and wants to do you harm, that's, you know, worth being scared of. Yeah. There is something really disconcerting about just like a big shaggy animal that's like, it's coming after you. There's nothing you could do about it. Something disconcerting about that, you know? I'm sure many of you in the chat would agree. So yeah. The skull of this animal looks like this. It's really solidly constructed for a bird. It's kind of crazy just how robust this is. It reminds me of a mammal skull in the sense that it's so solid, you know? It doesn't have the fenestre that you have in, you know, like, even dinosaur skulls. So compare this with, like, a Utah raptor skull. Let me go grab that. Okay. Utah raptor right here. Comparatively a much lighter skull. we've got this big antorbital fenestra, maxillary fenestra, big nares right there, big orbit, big postorbital and temporal fenestrae. You know, even as robust as Utahraptor is, it's not built as solidly as this, which is kind of crazy, you know? Yeah, built like a firefighter's axe, says Carly's Dragon. I agree. It's really something, you know? The nostrils, by the way, the nares, are up here. On top of the skull right there, which is really interesting. This would have evolved from an ancestor that was flighted, was volant. They could fly. And so their ancestors would have had much more lightweight, kind of delicate skulls. This evolved to be extraordinarily robust, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if we really understand that. But, yeah. Anyway, when I was a kid, the name, Diatryma was still in widespread use for this animal in North America. The thing is, we've got them in North America and in Europe, in the, I think, late Paleocene and early Eocene periods. So just after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a few birds. A few years back, I guess somebody was doing a revision of all these animals, and they thought, these guys look really similar to one another. The ones from North America and the ones from Europe look really, really similar. We're going to combine them. We're going to combine the name, or rather, get rid of the second name. We'll keep the original name, which was Gastornis. And so Diatryma, they said that's a junior synonym. So that's, you know, a second name that was given to it. If they're all the same critter, if they're all the same genus, then we're just going to go with the original name. That's kind of what the rules state in zoological nomenclature. There's that rule of priority. The first name to be published is the name that you stick with. That's until, like, last week. Yeah. So remarkable fossil discoveries emerged from an unexpected place, not from a new excavation, but from the depths of a museum's archives. This actually happens all the time. Scientists have identified an almost complete skull of an ancient giant flightless bird that has been misidentified as a crocodile fossil for decades. I didn't know that part. The skull belongs to Diatryma, a massive 4.6-foot tall bird. I think they get taller than that roamed what is now Germany around 45 million years ago. The discovery, reported in Paleontologica Electronica, marks only the second complete skull ever found of this species, and the only other example housed in New York's American Museum of Natural History. Michael Stach, don't know how to pronounce, a geological preparator at Martin Luther University, Halle-Wittenberg Central Repository of Natural Science Collections, it's quite the mouthful, stumbled upon the fossil during a routine collection review. The find was initially misidentified as a crocodile skull, says Stach, who recognized its true identity and carefully restored the specimen. The fossil emerged from the Geiseltal region of Germany, once a warm tropical swamp teeming with ancient horses, ancient tapirs, large land crocodiles, and giant tortoises. The area's unique conditions created an extraordinary preservation environment, yielding over 50,000 fossils that now form part of a nationally recognized heritage collection. The discovery is reshaping our understanding of these ancient birds. Recent research has overturned previous assumptions about Diatryma's lifestyle. While scientists once believed it hunted prehistoric horses, evidence now suggests it was actually an herbivore, using its massive beak to process plant material rather than capture prey. This shows once again that many of the most interesting discoveries in paleontology occur in museum collections. Sure, I don't know. We talked about this yesterday. I'm not super supportive of shouting that from the rooftops because nefarious people use that idea to restrict fieldwork. And to say, well, why do you need to go out and collect more fossils if there's plenty of them in the museum drawers already? Like, I find it really frustrating that like, indoor people say this again and again and again in press articles. It's like, yeah, where do you think those fossils came from in the drawers? By people going out and doing fieldwork in the first place. Don't discount fieldwork. Don't. Why are you doing this? You know? Yeah. Anyway. I only say this because I've heard again and again from, like, clueless administrators, you know, well, you know, we think that you should really be focusing on the things that you have in the museum first before you even start thinking about going out and collecting data in the field for a graduate student's project or for this or that. Maybe that graduate student should change their project to reflect the things that we already have in our collections. Like, buzz off. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, Mayor Space says, your numbers are already up. You don't need to restock anytime soon. Exactly. Yeah. And there you go, Roseanne. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have to get out of the library. Exactly, HD. Exactly. Anyhow. But yeah, the rarity of diatrima fossils in the region suggests these birds were uncommon visitors to the ancient swampland. The collection contains only about 40 specimens of the species, despite the area's rich fossil record of other animals. Is this not related to the name change? Is this an additional story about diatrima? Because if it is, that's super cool. Here, we'll try this. There's a fossil footprint of this critter, or a similar critter. Wow, diatrima has been in the news a lot over the past week. Yeah. Huh. Well, let me see if I can track this down. There we go. Resurrecting the taxon Diatrima. A review of the giant flightless Eocene Gastornithiformes, aves, with a report of the first skull of Diatrima Geiselensis. Okay, it is the same story. They just didn't talk about it in the press report for some reason. Yeah, here is the paper. It is open access. Here is a link for you there in the chat.
Access granted.
Charlie's Dragon says, we already have fossils at home. You don't need to get any new ones. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And somebody, how in the world did they think that was a croc, says Squiggles? Probably because it wasn't prepped. I bet you it was, what I'm guessing, being very charitable here, I'm guessing that what they were looking at wasn't cleaned properly. They probably had like a field jacket like this that, you know, someone in the field collected it. In the field, you don't want to remove too much of the rock because you risk damaging the specimen. So you move just enough to be able to find where the edges are, and then you put this protective plaster and burlap cocoon around it, what we call a field jacket. I'm guessing that one of these field jackets was there in AMH, in the collections there, for a long time, and nobody had really opened it or cleaned it. That's my guess, but I'm not totally sure. We'll find out. Tabanji, thank you
Bungie and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
I appreciate that raid to Bungie. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome, raiders, to Paleontologist. It's good to have you here. If anybody's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch talking about paleontology, trying to show people how fossil science works, trying to give you an inside peek into all this good stuff. The stream was good. I'm glad to hear it, Tamanji. I'm doing well, too. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Right now, we are talking about a giant, ancient, flightless bird that lived not too long after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs, kind of at the beginning of the age of mammals. A critter called Gastornis, and now called Diatriba, at least in some instances. We're going to get into that. But yeah, these guys were really cool. Really, really cool. So, a bird as tall or taller than you, flightless, heavy-boned, with a very, very thick, robust beak on it. This is the sort of critter that, they've often been portrayed as vicious predators, but more recent work on them suggests that they were probably herbivores. Probably mostly eating plants, seeds, fruits, nuts, that kind of thing. Here's a 3D printed skull of one of these guys that I have here in my office. Extraordinarily robust skull here. Like, much more heavily built than just about any other theropod dinosaur. It's kind of nuts. Like, in some ways, this is more robust than a T-Rex skull. It's got fewer openings in it, fewer fenestrae. So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, General Stay. Hey, hello to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome back. Yeah. So, yeah, these animals lived at a time when rainforests covered the northern part of North America and northern Europe. Places like Wyoming, Alberta, Alaska, Bavaria were rainforests at the time. And Peace and Cheese, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. And HD says no Naris? No, the Nares are on top. Yeah. So, here's the beak, as if the animal's looking at you right there. The Nares are up here. Those are the nostrils up there. Really interesting, you know? Really interesting. They look like they could have handled coconuts. I agree, Golganek. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if there were coconuts back then, though. I don't think there were. I do wonder what they're eating. Again, a lot of older reconstructions show them eating small horses. We don't... More modern evidence seems to suggest that they weren't doing this, that they're mostly eating plants. Which is almost kind of a shame, because this is such an iconic image. It's such a cool idea, really. This is a world where birds eat horses. Yeah. But it's not a terror bird. This is not from that same group of horse-eating birds from later on in the Cenozoic. It's a different group of bird entirely. These guys are much more closely related to ducks and geese than they are to the terror birds. So yeah. And Kettle Cook says, what kind of evidence tells us what they ate? Let's talk about that. Here we go. Diets. A long-standing debate surrounding Gastornis is the interpretation of its diet. It's often been depicted as a predator of contemporaneous small animals, which famously included the early horse Eohippus. Again, this early horse. 3D printed here in life size. A little Eohippus. Yeah, probably didn't actually eat them. However, with the size of Gastornis' legs, the bird would have had to be more agile to catch fast-moving prey than the fossils suggested it to have been. So yeah, like it doesn't seem like a particularly speedy critter, just based on the proportions of its hind limbs. Consequently, Gastornis has been suspected to have been an ambush hunter and/or used pack hunting techniques to ambush prey. If Gastornis was a predator, it would have certainly needed some other means of hunting prey through the dense forest. Yeah. The skull of Gastornis is massive in comparison to those of living ratites, living flightless birds like ostriches and rheas and cassowaries and emus. Biomechanical analysis of the skull suggests that the jaw-closing musculature was enormous. That's not surprising at all. The lower jaw is very deep, resulting in deep, lengthened moment arm of the jaw muscles. Both features strongly suggest that Gastornis could generate a powerful bite. Some scientists have proposed that the skull of Gastornis was overbuilt for an herbivorous diet and support the traditional interpretation of Gastornis as a carnivore. It uses its powerfully constructed beak to subdue struggling prey and crack open bones to extract marrow. Others have noted the apparent lack of predatory features in the skull, such as a prominent hooked beak, as evidence that Gastornis was a specialized herbivore or even an omnivore of some sort, perhaps using its large beak to crack open hard foods like nuts and seeds, like I said before. Footprints attributed to Gastornithids, possibly a species of Gastornis itself, described in 2012, show that these birds lacked strongly hooked talons on the hind legs. Another line of evidence suggesting that they did not have a predatory lifestyle. So they don't have these huge vicious claws on their hind feet? That's further evidence that they're probably not obligate hunters. It's probably not their full-time job as hunting down and killing prey, you know? Recent evidence suggests that Gastornis... Whoop. Hang on. Recent evidence suggests that Gastornis was likely a true herbivore. Studies of calcium isotopes in the bones of specimens of Gastornis by Thomas Tutkin and colleagues showed no evidence that it had meat in its diet. Very interesting. The geochemical analyses further revealed that its dietary habits were similar to those of both herbivorous dinosaurs and mammals when it was compared to known fossil carnivores, such as Tyrannosaurus rex, leaving forest rakids and bathornithids as the only carnivorous flightless birds. The first in situ preserved gastroliths, stomach stones, and a specimen of Gastornis geiselensis, or Diatryma geiselensis, also confirms its herbivorous diet. Conforms to its herbivorous diet. That is a thing that when animals have got gastroliths, stomach stones, that's generally associated with herbivory. But I think the real clincher, the real piece of solid evidence here that's hard to dispute, even if you look at this critter and you go, that looks like a meat-eating animal, it's really hard to get past the isotopic data. Let me explain what that is and why it's important. I can find a video on that. Yeah. I'm trying to find you something short and pithy. Diet. Oh boy. No, so we're getting all of these results that I'm not looking for about the paleo diet. Oh boy. Ugh. Which is pseudoscience to start with. If you ever hear paleo diet, absolutely roll your eyes. Don't take it seriously because it's not based on real science. But anyway, here's a... I used to see Thomas Cullen all the time out in the field.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't and Masters of Science in Earth Science at Carleton University.
So fossil tooth chemistry, or in the case of a toothless animal like Diatryma, aka Gastornis, when you don't have teeth, you can look at the calcium isotope data in the bones. Let's get to where he describes how this works.
Being an omnivore or even being fully herbivorous. And so a lot of this has been sort of debated over time. Now, we want another way to examine these things. That's where this chemistry can come in.
There we go.
Quick little review before I get into how we're going to use it. I'll be using like elemental and isotopic as terminology a lot. So just as a quick reminder, basic element like carbon, and this has a mixture of neutrons, protons, and electrons.
Kettle Cooks has got a pretty basic question. I thought fossils were not bones. They are bones. If they're fossil bones, they are bones. It's just a lot of the organic material in the bone was replaced by minerals in the surrounding rock, in the groundwater, and stuff like that. The calcium in the bones is still the original calcium that animal produced as it's developing those bones. Calcium is already a mineral, you know? And so the other stuff that's not minerals gets replaced by minerals, but that original mineral calcium is still there. That's still the original calcium, usually, from the critter. Does that make sense? Yeah.
This will characterize what element it is. So it has 6 protons. We have carbon here, as in this case. The most common carbon has an atomic mass of 12. But we also have these naturally existing things called isotopes, which are variants of these based on generally different numbers of neutrons and different atomic masses.
So isotopes are essentially just like different flavors of the same kind of element. So if you have got a carbon atom, you can have different flavors of carbon. Those are different isotopes. They've got different numbers of neutrons. And these can, some of them slowly decay over time if they're radioactive isotopes. If they're not radioactive, then they can be useful for other things like this kind of analysis.
In the case of carbon, so a very common element, about 99% of carbon in the environment is this carbon-12 here. There's also a small percentage, but 1% in the natural environment of what's called carbon-13, which is an isotope of it. You have carbon-13 in your body right now. There's carbon-13 everywhere, but it roughly sits in the environment of a proportion about 99 to 1 with carbon-12. And because it weighs very slightly differently, it will behave in chemical reactions very slightly differently. And so in different, as we'll get to in a second, when carbon is sort of consumed by an organism, for example, or is involved in sort of chemical process in the environment, differences in the reaction rates of these things, based in part on differences in their weights, can lead to you changing this ratio of 99% to 1% in whatever ultimate compound or tissue results from it.
So basically, if you're a plant eater versus a meat eater, you're going to have different ratios of these different carbon isotopes. Same thing with calcium, too. So, like, a critter that's consuming a tremendous number of plants is going to have a different kind of signature in its bones from an animal that's consuming mostly meat.
From that, we can use that sort of predictable change to figure out what's going on and use this as a tracer of some kind of activity in the ecosystem.
Yep.
Just as an aside, people are probably more familiar with the term carbon-14. That's the radioactive carbon isotope. This one's different than these other two in that it is unstable, whereas these two are called stable isotopes.
Yep.
For the purpose of the rest of this, all we're really concerned with are these sort of stable ones, because we're going to be using this to look at things like diet. The radioactive ones are used for things like absolute dating in the rock record, but not as applicable for looking at the ecological inferences.
Anywho, does that make sense? It's tough to find like a pithy video that kind of explains this in a visual way, so I'm doing my best here. But you are what you eat to a certain extent. There you go, XVR, yeah. Yeah. And Suavorio says, as a vegetarian, yours will definitely be different from people who do eat meat. To a certain extent, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, like I might actually have a different chemical signature in my bones from somebody who's just eating a ton of meat all the time. It might be different from somebody who's a vegan, though. Because I'm not that hardcore. I'm not that dedicated. I still eat animal products like cheese and milk. I still eat dairy, you know. Or eggs if it's baked into something. I hate the taste of eggs. To me, it just tastes like sulfur. But I'll still eat them if their taste is disguised in a baked product or something like that. But yeah. So I don't know if I would have a very, very different signature in my body from somebody who eats meat, because I'm still consuming some sorts of animal products, and that might be enough to make it look pretty similar. I don't really know. Again, I'm not a chemist. I'm not a biochemist. I'm not an ecologist. My understanding of this is elementary at best. Yeah. Anyhow. So yeah, nowadays we've got evidence that these critters are probably not chasing down and eating horses all the time. They're probably mostly plant eaters. Maybe even entirely. Which is interesting. So yeah, let's get back to the paper here. Resurrecting the taxon Diatrima, a review of the giant flightless Eocene Gastornithiformes, aves means birds, with a report of the first skull of Diatrima geiselensis. So this paper is important because they're actually bringing back this genus named Diatrima, which was previously kind of defunct. Few researchers used this name anymore until this paper, I guess. Not being an expert on these critters, I do wonder how well this will hold up in future years. But yeah, here they're bringing it back. I wonder if we can find a press release. There we go. Beautiful, from yesterday. Paleontologists find rare skull of extinct flightless bird. A nearly complete but strongly flattened skull of the ancient bird species Diatrima geiselensis has been discovered, after being misidentified and kept in a museum collection in Germany for over 6 decades. Look how narrow it is from... Oh, this might be a different one here. Some of the most unusual birds that populated the northern hemisphere in the early Cenozoic belong to the Gastornithiformes, said Michael Stasch, a geological preparator at this museum in Germany. These large flightless birds became known to science in 1855, when paleontologists described the remains of giant flightless birds from the early Miocene of Meudon, near Paris, as Gastornis parisiensis. Oh yeah. Except for a fossilized bone from the early Eocene of central China, all fossils of these birds stem from the late Paleocene and Eocene of Europe and North America. Diatrima geiselensis lived in what is now the Geiseltal region of Germany, around 45 million years ago, in the Eocene. So to give us some perspective here, we'll pull up our time chart. So, Paleozoic era, Mesozoic era, Cenozoic era, and then the present up at the very top. This guy's from not super long ago in the grand scheme of things. From the Eocene, and we've got representatives of the same group from the Paleocene too. So about 45 million years ago, give or take, the Präsian stage of the Eocene epoch. In the grand scheme of things, not that long ago. Not that long ago. And at this time, our Earth looked very, very different. We're kind of at the Paleocene, Eocene thermal maximum back then. Yeah. Here, I'll try and find you a clip talking about this. I know we've got part of it.
We'll hunt down the clues to our continent's epic past. Some right in the heart of New York City.
Whoa! I've always wanted to do this.
This place was
We know one thing for sure in geology. No landscape is permanent.
Change is the only constant.
Why did North America give rise to so many different kinds of dinosaurs?
Yikes. That makes a grizzly bear look
That's
like
Joe
nothing.
Sertich there.
The secret may lie in Kansas.
Let's go find some fossils, huh?
This giant fish once swam in a huge inland
Xiphactinus.
sea that split our continent in half for more than 20 million years.
This jaw is huge. I mean, this must have been an immense fish. 14 feet long. 14-foot long fish in Kansas.
That's what
They get bigger than that, too. They get over 20 feet long.
But what about us? How did we get here? 20,000 years ago, much of North America was locked behind an enormous wall of ice.
Oh, very cool, Spavorio. Yeah.
This is not the easiest thing in the world. You know, it's hard to imagine somebody crossing even one ice field like this 25,000 years ago. This is insane.
Unforgiving, yet rewarding. This land's treasures helped build our civilization, offering riches born in a violent past.
I've always thought of earthquakes as very destructive kinds of things.
Every time you look at a vein of quartz, you're really seeing...
Oh, holy cow, it's Lisa. Forgot she was in this. Yeah, I just sent Lisa an email. I just saw her on Tuesday at Berkeley. I forgot that she was in this. That's Dr. Lisa White, who's the Education and Outreach Director of the University of California Museum of Paleontology. You saw a quick clip of her also in the Irvingtonian fossil site video that I put together, the Fremont fossil video.
In an ancient earthquake.
Yeah.
It's the way to the gold.
Wow. Incredible.
It's an epic tale, playing out over 4 billion years. A journey of discovery through our own backyard. As we peel back the layers
Peel it back.
and turn back the clock,
That is unbelievable.
Look at that.
Alaska.
find out what's hiding beneath our feet. Making North America, this fall on Nova.
Yeah, good stuff. We should watch that 3-part series at some point here on stream when we don't have anything else going on. But that was the clip that I was trying to find you there. Finding this palm frond up in Alaska. This is from the Eocene. Yeah. Trying to find you that full clip here somewhere. All right, here we go. Grand Canyon, volcanism, we've got rifting, moving continents, more magma, New York City. I'm scrubbing through trying to find the Alaska bit for you when he talks about the Paleocene, Eocene thermal maximum, Because that's the time when Diatryma, aka Gastornis, and these other critters were doing their thing. Yeah. I actually got to meet Kirk Johnson on a few different occasions, and yeah, he came to Montana State University at one point to give a talk, and then we invited him as the Earth Sciences Department and the Dead Lizard Society. And then afterward, we went out to a local bar and all kind of hung out. And I was able to pick his brain for a little while. He bought me a beer.
We study fossils, especially dinosaurs. We capture the imagination of children. And
Hyacinth
that
Live.
makes paleontology a gateway for all science.
Welcome to
Hyacinth
Paleontologizing.
Live, and their 29 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Hyacinth Live, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You came in at actually kind of an excellent moment here. Looks like you were doing some science and technology too. Well. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us, Hyacinth and Raiders. And very excited to learn about birds. Yeah, happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. Holy cow.
Digging these bones out of the ground is a slow process.
Tired with memes. Thanks for the follow. In a roundabout way, we're talking about this critter right here. This is the skull of an ancient flightless bird called Gastornis, or maybe it's called Diatryma. The name isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is a giant flightless bird that lived in Europe and in North America. Not too long after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. So during the early part of the Age of Mammals. These critters lived at a time when North America, and in fact the planet as a whole, was incredibly warm. What we call the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. And during this time, there were crocodiles and palm trees in the Arctic. It was that warm. And we know this from the fossil record. And it was a big bird, Kate Shining Deer, yes indeed.
Magnificent landscapes of the West Coast.
Here, that critter, Diatryma, aka Gastornis, would have looked something like this. Yeah, there is a skeleton right there. This animal is about 6 feet tall. Just shy of 2 meters. Here's an early reconstruction of it right there. Yeah, we've got... Let's see. There we go. That's a pretty good representation right there. It's a big bird. It is a big bird. Yeah. And that Zen says the sun was burning smaller and hotter then. That's not it. It's more of a result of there being more carbon in the atmosphere back then. So honestly, the same thing that we are doing right now as human beings, putting greenhouse gases up into the atmosphere and causing warming of the planet, there were natural processes doing that back then. And it took millions of years for it to get that hot. The scary thing is, what we're doing right now is doing that not over millions of years, but over just a few decades, which is deeply, deeply scary. So yeah. Anywho, and was it a meat-eating bird? We think probably not, Chicken Bacon Swiss. You will see lots of old reconstructions of this animal eating small horses back in the day. You know, like this, like that. Classic one here. Yeah, but evidence seems to show that these guys are probably mostly eating plants. Calcium isotopes in the bones are more consistent with an herbivorous diet than a carnivorous one. So that and a number of other lines of evidence suggest that these guys were mostly plant eaters. So they probably weren't doing as much of this, you know? Probably more eating seeds and nuts and fruits and stuff like that. Yeah. And Dino Dex says, was it also closer to the equator, or was that too early? I think North America was further north at the time. I think it was closer to the North Pole. But But yeah, here, holy cow. I mean, just gorgeous. And it shows that at the time that these rocks were laid down, this was a much, much, much warmer climate there. This is during the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. This is when you had global warming out the wazoo. Oh, so this is kind of unrelated to the palm frond. These are probably from the Mesozoic, I imagine. Maybe from the Jurassic or something. But focus a little bit more on the palm frond and about the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. But, yeah, anyway. The point for our purposes in talking about this critter is that these animals lived at a time when there were rainforests in Wyoming and Alaska and Bavaria.
He called it an iguanodon.
Juan Gonyali, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. So nowadays, Wyoming, where I do fieldwork in June for the past 2 years, hopefully again this year. That's what it looks like around this time of year. However, during the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, this area looked very, very different. It would have looked... Well, it would have looked like this.
Go through here. So... Here, bear with us.
This is actually...
We have now
This is northern Utah, not Wyoming,
Eocene
but...
epoch in the Paleogene period.
It's all contiguous.
This is not too long after the non-avian dinosaurs go extinct, and mammals are really starting to feel themselves, really start to get big and start to exploit some of those ecosystems. And this is a time when Earth's temperatures were really, really high. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, or PETM, is a time when there were like palm trees way up on the north slope of Alaska. Tropical environments at really high latitudes. I've got all kinds of cool mammals and also reptiles like this monitor lizard up here. Oops. Let's keep slipping. Microphone. Monitor lizard.
Alexander Morrison, yeah, I agree, right?
Cattails, palms. Yeah, we're going to go see some more of those mammals in just a minute. What were you asking, Marty?
How were the mammals able to survive the dinosaur extinction?
Probably because they were small. I mean, so when that asteroid hit, basically every big animal on Earth died out. We're not entirely sure about all the mechanisms of extinction, like why certain animals went extinct and other ones survived, but the pattern is, if you're a small animal at the time, you probably survive.
Yep.
If you're anything above like 20 pounds, you go extinct. So, yeah. Anyway, this is pretty cool. I like that we're going through this backwards. This is
Scavenger
hunt.
hunt.
We're gonna try to. All these different creatures. Euanthitheres, primates, deinodonts, artiodactyls, snakes, turtles, dragonflies, a varanid lizard. We already saw that one right there. Duck-billed wading bird, frigate bird, pond turtle. And then here's all these different plants too. Can't forget about the plants.
Good stuff. Here, I'll give you a link to this right here, and I'll even include a timestamp. It's a long VOD, but this is when I was visiting the Utah Fieldhouse Museum of Natural History in Vernal, Utah. Good stuff. Done a few streams from there before. It's always a treat. Yeah. And did they have that wall with all the fossil plants when you went? They did, Germstrom. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Here, you can see that later on in here. After we go through all the life reconstructions. Is that what you're talking about? Just beautiful. It looks like a beautiful tile wall, but these are all slabs of rock with gorgeous fossil plants.
Extraordinarily important for helping us figure out what ancient climates were like. You know, what was the annual rainfall back then, and you know, average temperature, that kind of thing. The plants show us what these environments were like.
Yeah. So those plants are extraordinary. Did I just say that in the video? But that's the reason why we know what the climate was like back then, or one of the reasons. Plants are very, very good at adapting to certain climatic regimes, but they're not very mobile. Like, plants don't really travel for miles and miles after they put down roots. So if you have leaves in a certain spot preserved in the fossil record, then you know that's where the plants lived. And they're comfortable there. They were adapted to that environment. And so if you have palm trees, the fronds of palms in, say, Alaska or Wyoming, then no, there's no chance that they moved up from the tropics. And that means that those areas were tropical during that time. And if you want to get more granular than that, you can look at like the patterns of the pores in well-preserved fossil leaves. And that can actually give you information about the average mean, you know, the average temperature during the year. That can give you information about the level of carbon versus oxygen in the atmosphere at that time, all of that stuff. There's lots of ways that you can kind of quantify what the climate was based on plant fossils. This is stuff that's largely outside of my wheelhouse because I work on dinosaurs, but there are paleobotanists and paleoecologists where this is their bread and butter. This is what they do. And they can figure out some really, really cool stuff based on what often seems like pretty limited information. A few fossil leaves that are well preserved can give you so much data on the climate and like it can basically give you kind of a picture of what that ecosystem was like, which is really neat. The stomata, exactly. Chicken Bacon Swiss, yeah. Anywho, Chicken Bacon Swiss says, what do you think about the possibility that small raptor-like dinosaurs survived and hid in the Congo and South America? Not just the Congo and South America. We've got small raptor-like dinosaurs all over the world in practically every terrestrial environment that exists. We call them birds. Birds managed to survive the KPG extinction event. Birds are literally living dinosaurs, you know? Here.
They call it Deinonychus, terrible claw. Imagine the nightmare. 100 million years ago, this was the greatest killing machine on Earth. Now imagine the nightmare is not over. What if it escaped extinction and stowed away to the future?
Yep.
Behold, the dinosaurs of the modern world.
It's true. That's exactly what happened. There's a strong, strong consensus among paleontologists, among evolutionary biologists, among ornithologists, bird scientists, that birds are living dinosaurs. They're descended from small raptor-like dinosaurs, troodontids or dromaeosaurs or something similar to that. They're still around, you know? And there's a tremendous diversity of them. Something like 10,000 species of living bird, all descended from those dinosaurs. So this whole notion that, I don't know, sometimes you get, especially like young Earth creationists or cryptozoologists or people like that, you know, are like, oh, well, you know, maybe there's still dinosaurs hiding somewhere in an African jungle and just nobody's ever seen them. It's like, they're talking about non-bird dinosaurs, and there's zero evidence that that's the case. And believe me, if I thought there was a 1 in a million shot that they were correct, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I would be out there in the Congo looking for them. The fact that I'm not out there should tell you what that likelihood is. You know, 0. Instead, we've got all of these modern dinosaurs around us all the time today. Birds. Sometimes the wild and wondrous things are right there under your nose, and you just kind of need the perspective in order to be able to see them. That kind of perspective is provided to us by fossil science, by paleontology. Honestly, how much cooler are birds when you think about how they're descended from dinosaurs, how they are dinosaurs? Birds are pretty darn cool to start with. But when you recognize that they are part of the dinosaur lineage, that makes them all the more special, you know? I think that's worth celebrating. That's why we have Thursday BIRDSday, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And there are some zoologists hunting for dinosaurs. No, there's no legitimate zoologists who are hunting for dinosaurs in the Congo, chicken bacon Swiss. It's kind of almost like an urban legend kind of a thing. There were like a few kind of wackadoo creationists and people like that who went out and they never found anything, obviously. Yeah. On some cases, they got pranked pretty bad by the locals, which I think is really funny. You know, we're like, they'd show up to a, you know, local settlement, and they talk to the people who have lived there for millennia, and be like, hey, have you seen this? And they like show them a picture of a sauropod dinosaur, and the locals would be like, oh yeah, definitely. No, we see those all the time. Yeah. You know, give us some money and, you know, maybe we'll go show you. Yeah. Anyhow, if you'd like some more, if you actually like want to do a deep dive on this and want to read about it, that legend of Mokili Mbembe, as it's been called, here. Let's see. Drat. Looking for that here. Here. Darren Nash. Oh, here we go. Here's an interview with Darren Nash, a paleontologist, talking about this.
On the Track is a web TV show about...
Yeah, talking about Mokili Mbembe and stuff like that.
You guys are saying that there are giant soft-shell turtles living in these lakes anyway. What you've described doesn't sound like a sauropod dinosaur at all. It sounds more like a giant turtle. We know these giant turtles exist. We know they get to large size. We actually have many specimens of them that are, well, as we've both said, at least 6 foot long and maybe a bit bigger. So
anyway, so if you're really curious about this kind of thing, then there's really cool stuff out there. Like, the real creatures that live in this environment are astounding enough in and of themselves. Just being what they are, they're super, super cool. We don't have to make up fantastical stories about living sauropod dinosaurs or anything like that. The actual animals that live in some of these environments are wild and wonderful and just mind-boggling. You know, like he was talking about soft-shelled turtles. Some of these guys are just absolutely nuts. Here, take a look at this. This is the Mekong River in Cambodia. Cantor's giant soft-shelled turtle. Oh, this isn't even one of the super huge ones. It's pretty big, but it's not one of the super gigantic ones. Community has gathered to release this turtle back to the wild. This is really cool.
Dig up dinosaurs?
And Andrew Holding, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here.
And their 6 raiders want to know what it's like.
Howdy, howdy, Andrew. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How was Baldur's Gate 3? I hope it was even better than the first two. Appreciate you, Andrew. Thanks for bringing your raiders in. Good evening to you also. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, there are giant soft-shelled turtles that are... Some of them are extraordinarily rare, like on the brink of extinction. Like this one here. The last known female of this species has died. I believe to be 90 years old. Yangtze giant soft-shelled turtle is one of the most endangered turtle species. These are real cryptids. Like, they're documented, and they're in desperate need of our help.
麻醉以后呢，就是当天下午6点钟，也苏醒了，也有动作，但是很快呢，他就发现他这个没有动作了，就感觉这个情况不对，就开始抢救。从发现到开始抢救，大概不到半个小时。
So anyway, yeah, that's the thing, is there are real documented wonders in the world that I sometimes wish that the people who get really, really excited about the not real stuff, Loch Ness monsters and big feats and all kinds of cryptids like that. I wish those people could get 1/10 as excited about the actual animals that live on our planet that are extraordinarily rare and elusive and sometimes highly endangered. You know? Sure, they might not get as much publicity or attention as the made-up stuff, but they're real, you know? And they're in desperate need of protection. Conservation, having their habitats preserved. So yeah. Nobody hears about those animals exactly, Kate Shining Deer, and that's an issue. Like, people like me need to do a better job of that. You know? Yeah. Andrew Holding says, BG3 was good. We also discussed the news of a Florida man. Florida man. For some reason seems to be, for multiple reasons, seems to be overrepresented in media. But yeah, a Florida man who managed 400% cholesterol on a carnivore diet. Oh boy. Poor poor guy. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Achaemenus says, man, maybe I should start an amazing endangered species stream? You absolutely should, yeah. I don't know, there are all of these species out there that don't get nearly enough attention, and... yeah. Here. Like, look at this. Or here. We'll go to, this is from a year ago.
The International Whaling Organization has issued its first ever extinction alert. It says the vaquita porpoise is on the verge of extinction, with only around 10 animals still surviving. They're the world's smallest sea mammals and found here on the Mexican Pacific coast. The Commission says the species can still be saved if a ban on gill net fishing is fully enforced in the Gulf of California. Dr. Lindsay Porter is the Vice Chair of the International Whaling Commission and joins us now from Hong Kong. This is very sad news about the porpoise, Lindsay. Can you tell us more about this species?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us on the show today. The porpoise, as you say, is the smallest marine mammal, the smallest cetacean in the world. It's tiny, but it is also absolutely gorgeous. They are sometimes called the panda of the sea because of their dark rimmed eyes, but they are incredibly elusive. So it makes it very challenging for us to be able to count them to understand how many there are. But what we do know is for the last 5 years, we've been consistently counting approximately around 10 individuals. And
10, just 10 left in the entire world.
Issue this statement is that we are on the very brink of extinction, and we need to be able to act now to save this tiny little cetacean species.
We're seeing pictures of one of the mammals caught up. I think it must be a gill net that is caught up in. Is this the reason, Lindsay, that they've been dying over recent years? Is it illegal fishing?
Yes, it is illegal fishing, and this is the only threat that the vaquita face. So unlike other cetaceans where there may be problems from pollution or lack of prey, this is not the case with the vaquita. 100% it is bycatch and gill nets that are set illegally for an endangered fish species.
So just to clarify, gill...
And Lilithobos says rich people probably ordering for their fancy meals. No, that's true. They're not ordering this porpoise, but they're ordering these various species of fish that are also, I think, endangered and illegal to catch, but people are still doing that anyway because they fetch really high prices on the black market. Again, it goes back to wealthy people who really want to eat the flesh of particular animals because they think that that flesh proffers magical properties. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. It's, you know, it's like, oh, well, there's all kinds of, mystical powers that you can get by eating the flesh of this one particular kind of fish that'll, help you in the bedroom or whatever. It's complete and utter nonsense. And it's just, pseudoscience stacked upon pseudoscience, stacked upon pseudoscience, stacked on top of greed.
Gill nets at the moment are illegal?
They are illegal, yes.
But fishermen are still using them. That's part of the issue.
Fishermen are still using them. It is not their intention to catch the vaquita, to catch the porpoise. It is their intention to catch a fish species which in itself is endangered. So we have two endangered species being impacted by human activities here. So we must get those gill nets out of the water, not just for the vaquita, but also for the fish species that it is targeting.
And Lindsay, if there's only 10 of them left, is it possible to still save the species with so few?
Yes, we believe so at the International Whaling Commission. We have seen the number of porpoise steady over the last few years, although a very small number. But this year we had a new baby porpoise. So clearly they are still reproducing. We believe the population is resilient, and as bycatch and gill nets is the only threat, otherwise their habitat is pristine. If we remove that threat, there should be nothing to stop the population bouncing back.
Dr. Lindsay Porter, with that warning and that advice, thank you very much for joining us.
Anyway, yeah.
There is a last.
Here, it's really so sad. A vaquita, right here. It exists. Look how small this critter is. It's much smaller than a person. Critically endangered. They only exist here. That little blue dot. The northern extent of the Gulf of California there. In between Baja California and mainland Mexico. The Sea of Cortez. That's what it's also called. Yeah. I think there's still thought to be about 10 of them. This gets into what we were talking about yesterday. In October 2024, Colossal Biosciences announced their nonprofit foundation dedicated to conservation of extant species, which one of their first projects being the vaquita. Colossal plans to bring biobank genetic material to revive the species if it were to become extinct, and use acoustic sensors and drones to monitor vaquitas in collaboration with this organization. It's like I guess a Mexican conservation group. Yeah. Anywho, if you want to read more about these animals, there you go. This is one of those things I think about a lot. When you hear about... I don't know. When you hear about... Every time... Not every time, but many times when I hear the word billionaire, I think about the vaquita. Because if an individual person has that obscene level of wealth, if they have $1 billion, it's like, what are you doing with that? You could never spend that much money in an entire lifetime. Why aren't you trying to... I don't know. If I had a tiny fraction amount of that money, a tiny fraction of that, you can bet your boots I would be there trying to do something about the decline of this species, you know? One single solitary billionaire could very easily save this species from extinction, and yet nobody's doing that. They could absolutely set up an economic project to pay those fishermen not to fish in this animal's habitat, because that is the solitary threat to that species. You could remove it with a snap of your fingers. You could be like, hey, what are you making from fishing? I'll pay you 10 times that to do another job, or, you know, to sit on your butt and eat bonbons all day or whatever. It would be so easy to do that. And the fact that nobody is just kind of... It doesn't speak well of those people's priorities. People who have obscene levels of wealth like that. You know? This should be such a priority for people, and it's not. I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? Fluffy Down because you're 1,000,000% correct about that, unfortunately. But yeah... Anyway. And Cowardly Viking, you know, I'm not being naive about this. You're 100% right. If billionaires had that inclination, they wouldn't have been billionaires to start with. It's the kind of impulse that causes somebody to hoard wealth demonstrates that they've been hollowed out as a human being. It's like they've traded their humanity just for boundless greed. And it makes these people miserable, too. It's not like it makes them happy. You've seen people like that in media appearances at the presidential inauguration. They're not happy people. They're twisted and broken and shriveled, just... They've completely sold their souls away for obscene wealth. And I don't know. Sorry to get on a soapbox about this, but it's gross, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Murph, you are correct about that, I fear. Oh boy. Anyway, back to Diatrima, back to Gastornis. Let's get back to our fossil critters here before I despaired too much. Just really quick cruise through this paper here, and then we'll move on to another topic. I do really want to know what their logic is for bringing back the genus Diatrima, or if that's just kind of an afterthought here. This might require like a detailed reading that I can't really do here on stream. Diatrima gigantea by Cope, 1876, bottom monotype. So they're saying that this critter differs from Gastornis, and the scapular coracoid is straight, no curvature. Body of the coracoid is dorsiventral flattened. So they're saying that this animal's got a lot of distinct differences in its postcrania, and all of the bones, not all of the bones, but some of the bones behind the skull. Anyway, yeah. Oddly enough, they don't seem to really talk about it in the press release, do they? So at the time, this area in Europe was a warm tropical swamp. The find was originally misidentified as a crocodile skull. We realized the mistake and got down to work restoring and then analyzing the piece of the skull. We combined the fossil with another object from the collection, reconstructing an almost entire skull. So they had multiple parts of this, I guess labeled as different specimens, and one incomplete part of it was labeled as part of a crocodilian. And then they realized, oh shoot, these parts click, and it's a gastornithiform bird skull. Diatrima. Up until 10 years ago, for example, it was assumed that Diatrima hunted prehistoric horses in the Geiseltal. More recent investigations have found that the bird was in fact an herbivore. It's interesting that they don't... It's like it's the title of the paper, right? Resurrecting the taxon Diatrima. But I don't see much about that genus name being reinstated in here. Like, what is their reasoning? I guess I'll have to read the whole thing. But yeah. Stouter tarsometatarsus proportions probably indicate that the species Diatrima were heavier than those of Gastornis, or that they had different walking or feeding postures. Huh. Anywho. Interesting stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho. If you'd like to read this yourself, if you're fascinated by these giant flightless birds, and what they're all about and how they might differ from one another. Here's a link to that open access paper there, which you can get to from this link to the press release. Anywho, good stuff. Let's go ahead and clear some of these tabs. And, yeah. We can catch up to chat here. Lilith says, I donate my organ to that animal if I could. I mean, shoot, if that would help ensure the survival of that species, I would do the same thing, you know? Give up a kidney for that. Anyhow. Yeah. Yesterday we had somebody come into the chat and talk about a piece of fossil news that they knew was coming. That hadn't come out until today. It was just started to show up this morning. This is pretty interesting. Alexander Morrison, I think you in particular might find this fascinating. You've probably read about it already. But a 76-million-year-old pterosaur bone. Pterosaurs are the flying reptiles that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. Pterodactyls. That's what the public often calls pterosaurs. A bone from one of these guys with a crocodilian bite was found in Canada. Pretty neat. Pretty darn neat. So again, pterosaurs are these guys. The flying reptiles that lived during the Mesozoic, during the time of the dinosaurs. These guys are not dinosaurs themselves, but they're very closely related to dinosaurs. For the benefit of anybody who might be new or might be unfamiliar with this concept, the reason why they're not considered dinosaurs is because they're not dinosaurs. The way that we classify living things in science is based on their phylogeny, based on their evolutionary relationships. When we say that two animals are related to one another, what we mean is that they are actually related in the same way that you're related to your relatives, to your siblings, to your cousins, to your second cousins, third cousins, etc. In the same way that you share a tremendous amount of DNA with your siblings, and then a little bit less with your cousins, and a little bit less with your second cousins, etc. It's because you're talking about ancestry. You and your siblings have got the same parents, or at least one of the same parents. You and your cousins share at least one of the same grandparents, and so on and so forth. So you've got different degrees of relatedness to different members of your family. All of life on Earth is like that. As far as we know, all life on Earth originated from one single species about 3 or 4 billion years ago. So all life on Earth is related, and various splitting events, countless splitting events have happened over the years, forming all of these different lineages. Everything from bacteria to human beings. We're all part of this grand and beautiful and complex tree of life like this. So when we say that critters are related, we mean that in a literal sense. Now, when we're trying to figure out if something is or is not a dinosaur, there's various ways to look at that, but what we're talking about in whether or not something is a dinosaur is, did it evolve from that first dinosaur? If it did, if it evolved from the first dinosaur, then it is by definition a dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs, because we can trace their ancestry back to that first dinosaur. That's what it means to be a dinosaur, is you evolved from that first dinosaur species. Pterosaurs are flying reptiles, are not dinosaurs. They're very close. The ancestor of the first dinosaurs and the first pterosaurs is just down here at Ornithodira. So they're pretty closely related, but pterosaurs didn't evolve from a dinosaur, so they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Same with crocs, for that matter. Crocodiliformes, crocodilians, crocs and alligators and gharials and their relatives. You got to go back a little bit further to where they link up with the dinosaurs, but they're related to dinosaurs. They're kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs, but they're very much not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Well, it might be Borealis. Oh, very cool, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. And Sir Yogi wants, it's kind of weird to think that Canada had a croc. Maybe you just came in, Sir Yogi One, but we were talking about this earlier in the stream today. About how there used to be crocodiles and palm trees as far north as the North Slope of Alaska, within the Arctic Circle. During the early part of the Cenozoic era, say the Paleogene period here, and then further back into the Cretaceous, Earth was much warmer than it is today. So you had palm trees and hard-shelled and soft-shelled turtles and tortoises and crocs and gator-like crocodiliforms and salamanders, all kinds of critters like that in Canada, in Wyoming, in Alaska. They were all over the place. So at this time, you would have, areas teeming with dinosaurs, with turtles, with crocodiles, with lizards, with snakes, with all kinds of critters like that. It would have been almost like a subtropical kind of environment. That's why you had crocs in Canada. You know? Yeah. And a Shane and Jackie adventure says, well, there is a Miami, Manitoba, but it's pretty cold up there. Well, yeah. Didn't used to be. It used to be much, much warmer in this part of the world. Not because it was further south, but because there was more carbon in the atmosphere. Those greenhouse gases caused higher temperatures back then. So we'll take a look at the press release here for this finding. Understanding food chains in ancient ecosystems is one of the goals of paleoecology. Oh yeah. Direct evidence for these interactions is rare and includes fossils with stomach contents and or bite or tooth marks. It's really difficult to tell who is eating who in an ancient environment when all you have is fossils. But sometimes you get those smoking guns. If you'd find somebody in somebody else's stomach region, it's like, oh boy, they got ate. Or if you find bite marks on the bones of a critter, and you can match those bite marks up with the teeth of another critter, and then you know this is who was chewing on who, you know? So paleontologists from the Royal Tyrrell Museum, it's in Drumheller, Alberta, and the University of Reading and the University of New England have documented a rare occurrence of a bite mark to the neck vertebra of a juvenile fossil specimen of a giant Asdarchid pterosaur in the Cretaceous of Alberta, Canada, around 76 million years ago. So Asdarchids are these critters, these giant pterosaurs that lived in the late Cretaceous. Quetzalcoatlus is pictured here, and that is life-sized. These are big, big, big animals. Some are bigger than others. Quetzalcoatlus in particular is pretty huge. We've got other specimens from Montana that are a little bit smaller. I don't know if we were sure that they're full grown. But anyway, really, really cool animals. Here's me next to one in Minneapolis from late last year. There we go. There's me with Quetzalcoatlus. These guys have got enormous neck bones. And so they've got one from a juvenile, from a baby, essentially. Maybe one of these guys. That's the fossil we're talking about. It's a neck bone with bite marks on it from a croc. You'd be a nice snack for it, says Charlie's Dragon. So, I don't know about that, though. These guys have got a really big beak, but their torso is not that much bigger than my torso. I would be too big to swallow whole. I would be too big for that animal's gut. So they're probably... I guess they could pull me apart and just eat the best bits. But... yeah. I'm not the sort of animal they could swallow whole. I'd be too big for their torso. Because again, their body is not that large. Sure, the overall animal is enormous. But that torso is not that much bigger than a human man's torso. So yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad you put a Kappa emote there, Oscar Jr., you know very well this is not a bird. It's a pterosaur. But yeah. It's like a pelican eating a 10-pound fish. Yeah. Or it'd be like a pelican eating a beer cooler. It's not gonna work. Yeah. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, with necks like that, it's no surprise the croc went for the throat, literally. Well, we don't know that the croc killed this pterosaur. Like we discussed yesterday, it's really difficult to actually demonstrate that you've got predation in the fossil record. That pterosaur might have been dead already when the croc was chewing on it. It's really hard to say. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, so it's the next line right here. Yeah. The author suggested a crocodilian bit the pterosaur, but they were unable to determine whether this...
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Hi, Freak Farms. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So the author suggested a croc bit the pterosaur, but they were unable to determine whether this was active predation or scavenging. Feeding traces on giant pterosaurs are rare, so this provides novel details on how they fit into this ancient ecosystem. Well, does it really? I mean, I guess if I'm gonna be... if I'm keeping it real with you, this is not that surprising. It's like, oh, here's another animal that crocs ate or bit. It's like, they'll eat or bite anything, you know? Yeah. It's not even a dog bites man story. It's a croc bites something story, you know? Not to discount how cool this is, it is really, really neat that we can determine that it was a croc that was biting this guy. But, you know, that's their MO. Crocs like to bite things. Yeah. Yeah. So crocs and sharks confirmed 8 pterosaurs living/dead, says Murphy. Yeah, and spinosaurs too. So we've got a pterosaur vertebra from Brazil that shows that spinosaurs would occasionally bite pterosaurs too. There you go. Pterosaurs as part of a spinosaur diet. Pterosaurs as part of this complete breakfast. Anyway, yeah, irritator. Exactly, Dr. Terra. Yeah. And have crocodilians bitten more species as a group than any other? I don't know, Murph. That's a good question. Mosquitoes probably have them beat, but I don't know. And I thought you meant a croc biting a Spinosaur, which could have also happened. Yeah. I don't know if we have evidence of that. We probably... I don't know. Do we have croc bite marks on Spinosaurs? We probably do somewhere. But a big part of this is like, do you have a bite mark specialist looking at these bones and recognizing the bite marks? I bet you somebody's got Spinosaur fossils that have bite marks on them. And they just haven't had somebody sit down and try and match those bite marks to a particular predator or scavenger and then publish a paper on it. You know, there's so many things like this in paleontology. If something actually gets published, you know, that's like 1/100th of all the ideas that different paleontologists have and the projects they embark on and stuff like that. The things that actually see the light of publication are a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the numbers of things that fossil scientists are working on. So yeah. But yeah. It was a very bitey time, says Terminator Pig. In some ways, yeah, for sure. There were lots of critters doing some biting back then. That is for sure. And Kate Shining Deer makes a really good point here. This is why I'd like to see all the fossils that we have 3D scanned. If there was one main archive, people could see them in one source and go work with the real fossil if needed. Yeah, that'd be remarkable, you know? There are some websites like that, like Morphosource is a good example. And they do have a good number of scans of different fossils, but it is like 0.00001% of all the existing fossils in collections around the world. Oh, Kerry Woodruff did this one. That's pretty cool. But, what is this? Oh, nice! A Camarasaurus skull right here. This is just like a surface scan of it, but still pretty neat. Oh man, that'd be lovely to have. I should email Carrie about that. Restricted download. Though you can't just download this off the site. A lot of these are going to be restricted download. So we can go to publication status. Yeah, every single one of these for Camarasaurus is restricted download. If we try something like, Oop. That's not, I spelled it wrong. But let's search Tyrannosaurus. We've got a few different skulls of Tyrannosaurus, and I think they are all restricted download. Yeah, all 7 of them. Tyrannosaurus is one of the best studied and most scanned dinosaurs. And here on Morphosource, which is supposed to be like the clearinghouse for data like this, you don't have a single one that's actually available for download without emailing the data managers and asking for that. Yeah. So sites like this exist, there's just not enough on them yet. You will see these sites continue to grow and become more and more comprehensive. Let me give you a link to Morphosource right here. But yeah, it's... We're not there yet, you know? Hopefully, these data will become increasingly available to researchers around the world, because, like Jim Kirkland says, this is the future of paleontology. We will see, hopefully, more and more of this as the years go on, but right now it's still kind of in its infancy. Yeah. Anywho. And how come they're restricted? That's just kind of the default, I think, Suave Oreo. From that particular file, the Camarasaurus one, that's from BHI, the Black Hills Institute. which is essentially like a commercial showroom. It's like a fossil shop, more than it is a museum. So that's a specimen that might go up for sale, and so there's going to be restricted rights associated with that. Some museums are part of universities, and some universities have really draconian policies about digital assets, where it's like, well, if you used any university infrastructure in order to make this, if you uploaded it from a university computer, if it's taken if those files were scanned on the grounds of the university, then that belongs to the university. And you can't release it freely to the public. Like, some universities have policies like that. It's very frustrating. So yeah, I don't know. And there you go, Kate Shining Deer. Yeah, I agree with you 1,000,000%. Yeah. But yeah, and a login system for the site? No, I am logged in on the site. It's still restricted download. In order to download anything on the site, you have to have an account and you have to be signed in, even if it's open download. But the restricted download stuff, you have to contact the owner of the data and ask special permission. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, subsonic flight. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Anywho. I'm definitely biased in the direction of making all information freely available. You know, I think in a lot of ways, copyright is a draconian system that
living creatures from the dawn of time.
Decreases innovation and creativity.
What lives
but Octavius King,
what depths of panic
it's wonderful to have you here. Octavius King, thank you for the raid. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Octave.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Good advice.
And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs?
Bad advice.
Up on life, sir.
Wow. Deepest Blue Dragon.
That's one more than 26.
Some... It checks out. Deepest Blue Dragon. Good math there. Thank you for the ongoing support. 27 months is a long time. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Octavius King, how was your stream? How are the rats doing? I hope you had a wonderful time. If anybody here is not yet following Octavius King, you're probably missing out. Especially if you're a fan of rodent chaos, of rats running around on stream, getting into all kinds of... I'm talking about real living rats. IRL. On camera. Being let out of their enclosures and just running wild. Getting up to all kinds of mischief. It's always a fun time. Go follow Octavius King if that sounds cool to you. Rat-based chaos. There you go, Smiggy. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. And shenanigans, I tell you, says Deepest Blue Dragon. Yeah. Shenanigans, mischief, havoc, even. Havoc being wrought. And there you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah, SketchUp. I wonder if this is the same one that I printed from Wyoming. Oh no, a different one. I don't know if this one's available for download. Because if it were, I would have printed it already. This is lovely. But yeah, this is probably the same croc we're talking about. Borealisuchus. I'm always kind of impressed by how much the skulls of Cretaceous crocodiliforms resemble those of the ones we have today. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, and the lower jaw with scanned sepulchre is also available on Sketchfab. Nice. This one is not available for download, however. I suppose if you really wanted to 3D print it, You could try and contact the owner of the account, but it's not actually available for download. Yeah. I guess if you get it right the first time, you don't really need to adapt too much, says Kate Shining Deer. Well, that's the thing. These guys have... They're in a niche that doesn't require them to really change that much. If you're an animal that's just hanging out in rivers and swamps and lakes, you're kind of eating whatever falls into or swims around in those rivers and swamps and lakes. You know, the climate might change and that might affect your range, but in terms of your ecology, in terms of what you're actually eating on the day-to-day, you know, you're not really changing that much. You don't need to. It's a lot like this guy. Let's go get it. Oh, you know what? Never mind. That's packed away in a box right now, but it's a lot like a gar. This is Actrocostius, the alligator gar right here. These guys inhabit slow-moving bodies of water in the American South today. There are fossils of them that go back to the Jurassic period, and they look nearly identical. It's, you know, they happen to have found a niche that hasn't changed that much. They have a slow metabolism. They don't require a tremendous amount of food. They're very good at surviving. And these guys seem to be evolving incredibly slowly. Just because that environment that they're in is... not to oversimplify or be too cutesy about it, but it's almost like a time capsule, you know? They're just there doing their thing, and if they can get by, why change? There's not a lot of selective pressure on them to adapt and change, if that makes sense. You don't have a lot of forces being exerted on these guys to evolve novel morphologies or anything like that. What they're doing works well enough. There's no pressure on them to change, so they don't really. It's kind of the same with crocs to a certain extent. There are exceptions to this. Sometimes crocs find themselves in different environments and they kind of evolve in overdrive. You get things like the Metriorhynchids, these ocean-going crocodilians, crocodiliformes, croc relatives, that became fully marine. These are animals that they evolved this fishy fluke-like tail, their limbs turn into paddles. They lost their armor scutes, the osteoderms. They're just smooth and sleek and streamlined for more efficient swimming. We think that they even stopped laying eggs on land. That they actually would have given birth to live young in the water, like dolphins do, or whales. So it's not like crocs, there's something inherent about them where they just don't change. We know that they're capable of tremendous changes. It's just, they've got to get pushed into an environment where you've got strong selective pressure that makes them evolve, that makes them adapt, that makes it so that generation by generation, they have to be a little bit more and more and more different each generation in order for those individuals to survive. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. You've never seen these, Kate Shining Deer? Holy cow, are they neat. There is a clip I can show you. Here. it'll be easier if we've got a transcript. There we go. Yeah. There we go.
The smaller predators in these Jurassic seas.
There's a shark.
And there, over there, Metriorhynchus. You just wouldn't expect that. It's a kind of marine crocodile. It's totally adapted for a life in the sea. Great paddle-like feet, nothing like modern crocs. Look at the tail. There's no armor plating there. This creature has sacrificed defense for speed. Wait, that's just a bit close. Get away.
This is from Chased by Sea Monsters with Nigel Marvin. A little bit fanciful, but yeah, it's cool that we've got like a CGI representation of Metriorhynchus there. Really neat. So yeah, it's just one of those things where there's many different groups of animals that take to the ocean at certain points, and we don't know what it is exactly that drives them to do this. There was an opportunity, I guess, at some point. You had some kind of crocodilian at some point who, they started spending more and more time in the water. It's probably after another group of animals goes extinct, and suddenly there's an opening there. You know? It's like we say,
it's free real estate.
Yeah, and they move in to take advantage of it, you know? There's a bunch of food there in the ocean, and if you're kind of hanging out in the shallows, taking advantage of this, and then the critters that are exploiting that resource, they go extinct for some reason, or they get driven out of that ecosystem into deeper waters or something like that, then you move to take advantage, and generation by generation your descendants change bit by little bit until they're fully committed to life in the ocean. They're giving birth to live young. They've lost their armor plating. Their limbs have turned into fins. There you go. You know? So yeah. And yeah, Alexander Morrison, I have heard evidence, I think based on isotopes, that some Thalattosuchians may have been endothermic. They've actually been warm-blooded. And Alexander Morrison also says, depending on the future of the Earth's climate, more seagoing crocs could be a potentiality. Yeah. You look at saltwater crocodiles today. Some of which catch and kill and eat sharks. So there's a salty there eating a bull shark. Not a small bull shark either. Well, not super small. Yeah, they do that. There's actually a lot of cases of them doing this. It's been caught on film and photographs many times. Yeah. There's a crocodile eating part of a dead, what looks like a humpback whale. So saltwater crocodiles spend a lot of time in the water. They're the most marine of crocs nowadays. Yeah. There.
David Devine has been fishing at Farnborough Beach for more than 10 years, but today he noticed more than your average catch lurking in the waves.
Look at that.
Just finished casting my line in when I noticed a log out in the ocean. It's strange.
And I had a closer look and I actually saw it was a croc.
David estimates it was 4 metres long. The crocodile
Jeez.
drifted along the shoreline for about 5 minutes, giving David enough time to post a video to Facebook.
Just to see a croc out in the wild was amazing, you know. It's the first time I've ever seen one out here.
But not everyone was as excited to see it as he was. More than 1,000 locals have commented on David's post, warning friends to take caution.
That's super cool,
Wildlife is
though.
Investigating, and temporary signs have been put up, but there's debate about whether permanent signage should be installed.
I haven't seen any signs saying there may be crocs here, no. There is a crocodile warning sign down at Ross Creek and other areas as well. But it's hard to put a sign up.
It's the ocean. There's gonna be big things in there with fearsome teeth, you know? Comes with the territory. You know? It's like, oh no. Warning, there may be fish in the ocean. Like, yeah, there will be. Warning, you might get wet if you go in the water. Yes, it's gonna happen, you know? Saltwater crocodiles, there's a reason why they're called saltwater crocodiles.
Up if the crocodiles are just passing through.
Parks and Wildlife say the croc is moving south and there might be more sightings in the Apoon area. Locals are being urged to stay on Croc Watch by downloading the Q
Croc
Wildlife
Watch.
app.
The reporting of those things allows us to be able to respond more effectively to a crocodile sighting.
David is just thankful his fishing companion Rosie didn't get too close.
Stay at least 6 metres away from a crocodile, you know, and everyone should be safe.
Lizzie,
Try not to go in the crocodile's mouth if you're trying to avoid being bitten. Yeah, I don't know. But there's, you know, saltwater crocodiles can tolerate salt water for extended periods of time. And sometimes they even feed on dead whales and stuff like that in the water. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Huh. So there's a dead whale there. It looks like a humpback. Really big pectoral flippers. Looks like Megoptera right there. So a dead whale is doing the whole bloat and float thing. And there's a croc. Yeah, how cool is that? Come on, keep the camera steady. How cool is that? Too bad for the whale, again. But, fun times for crocodiles here. Give them a few million years. And, like, increase... Maybe there's a new food source that develops in the ocean, or something else that drives them to spend more and more time out there. And get them to leave the land. You could have marine crocodiles again. In just a few million years, maybe. It's pretty cool to think about. Yeah. That whale pops. Oh no, Lilith. But yeah. That crocodile is aspirational. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, no, that is definitely a thing, my airspace. Yeah. Keep your little dogs on leashes if you're in gator country, for sure. And Germs says, I read that a crocodilian's dorsal scutes play a role in supporting the muscular system. So there are muscles and ligaments that attach to those. Here, I've got a croc scute 3D printed somewhere. Let me see if I can grab that real quick. It'll require a little bit of hunting around, but let me find it. Wait just a minute here. See how quickly I can pull this out. Where's that croc scute? Ah, goodness. Sorry that took so long. But here is what I wanted to show you. This is a 3D printed scute of a crocodiliform. This might be Borealisuchus. I'm not sure if we actually have this narrowed down to the genus level. But this is the armor scute, what we call an osteoderm of a crocodile. It's got this really characteristic pattern. So Salamander says that texture is so weird. You see this in the field and you know instantly that it's from a croc. And so this pitted texture like this is attachment points for keratin and also I think for skin and muscle too. So these are, they run along the back of a croc. Yeah. So that's what it looks like when the animal is alive, when it's coated with keratin like that. And you see that here, there's a bit of a keel, like the highest point of it runs along there. So in life, there's keratin, the same kind of material on our fingernails. That's over this, and it kind of slopes up like that. So this is like the ridge line on the roof of the scute, basically. That's what you're seeing here on those scutes. So there's some alligator osteoderms here. Here is a skeleton of a Nile crocodile with those osteoderms over the ribs there. So it's... Think of this kind of like, well, it's not a great analogy, but think of it kind of like chainmail armor. It's a flexible suit of armor over the dorsal surface of the animal. Yeah, there we go. Here's some non-fossilized crocodile osteoderms. Very dried out, kind of cracked. But yeah, those run along the back of the animal there. Like this, or like that. And so they're associated with the muscle too. I don't know the precise details of that. The underside of it, I'm sure, because what you're seeing here is the skin kind of goes around it, encompasses it, and then the muscle is underneath. Yeah. So if there are muscle attachment points, if this has something to do with the actual like musculature of the animal, that musculature is going to be underneath the scute. Does that make sense? Yeah. Maybe more like scale armor. There you go, Toner Bill. It literally is scale armor. These are bony scales. But yeah. Yeah. They almost seem to be their own system of an organ. Nutrient storage, muscular support, thermoregulation. Yeah. Protection, coloration, camouflage. They might also potentially have something to do with vocalization. Given that some crocodilians, like alligators, are very vocal. Yeah. Like this. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah. Very cool, right? Yeah. So this is a male alligator. The males are the ones who do this. They kind of make the water dance on their backs in order to impress the females. Yeah. Man, he's froggy. He's animated. Yeah, very, very cool. And there's somewhere. Is this in here? Yeah, here we go. This will work. But they travel much further through water than they do through air. Yeah. I don't know about that. Just narration. Huh. Anyway, let's give them some privacy. But I do wonder whether... I don't know how widespread that behavior is among modern crocodilians. I've only ever heard of American alligators doing this. But it could just be that, you know, they get all of the attention because they live so close to population centers here in the U.S. and they're very common. There's variation between species, says Alexander Morrison. I would bet so. I wonder if the morphology of the osteoderms has an appreciable effect on those vocalizations, and whether this has, if it serves at all whatsoever to amplify those sounds or to change them in any way or something like that. I wonder. That would be a neat project for like a master's or PhD. I wonder if anybody's looked into that, you know? Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Deepest Blue Dragon, for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Gharials do their buzzing with the Gara. There you go, yeah. Yeah, because the males have got that protuberance, the distal end of their snout. Anywho, interesting stuff. Wait, so let's get back to our paper here. We've gotten really sidetracked in a good way. Yeah, here we've got bite marks, presumably from a croc, on a 76 million-year-old pterosaur bone. So on the bone of one of these flying reptiles. There's the bone right there. This is a cervical vertebra. They've got these crazy long cervical verts. And is that the bite mark there? If so, that's nuts. Huh. Right part of the specimen in 2 and 8. Yeah, bingo. That's it right there. And number 8. There you go. Yeah. Huh. So this was unearthed in July of 2023, pretty recently. The Dinosaur Park Formation in Alberta, Canada. Pterosaur bones are very delicate, so finding fossils where another animal has clearly taken a bite is exceptionally uncommon, says Caleb Brown. Yeah. No, Caleb. Paleontologist at the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology. The specimen belonging to a juvenile makes it even more rare. There's a reconstruction of one of these, 3 of these. Excuse me. Yeah. And this is from Cryodracon. Okay. With an estimated wingspan equivalent to some of the largest Azhdarchids, Cryodracon and other large-bodied Azhdarchids were probably substantial terrestrial foragers, the paleontologist said. Bite marks, embedded teeth, and stomach contents indicate the Azhdarchid pterosaurs were fed upon by velociraptorine theropods and crocodilomorphs. Yeah, I want to say that there's a tooth from a dromaeosaur, maybe Sauronitholestes, that was found embedded in the neck bone of a pterosaur. So we know a lot of guys are eating these pterosaurs. In this study, they used micro-CT scans and comparisons with other pterosaur bones to confirm the puncture is not a result of damage during fossilization or excavation, but an actual crocodilian bite. Bite traces help to document species interactions from this period, says Dr. Brian Pickles, paleontologist at the University of Reading. We can't say if the pterosaur was alive or dead when it was bitten, but the specimen shows that crocodilians occasionally preyed on or scavenged juvenile pterosaurs in prehistoric Alberta over 70 million years ago. So it was published in the Journal of Paleontology, right here. And it is open access, this paper. There we go.
Access granted.
There we go. There's the paper for you there in the chat. Good stuff. Again, there's that figure. He's an interpretive drawing. There's the bite mark right there. So bite mark here, bite mark here. Again, we're just looking at one bone. Super long neck bone. There you go. And there's a close-up right there. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Neat stuff. Supplemental data associated with the paper are the micro-CT scan data available from the Dryad Digital Repository. I wonder if I can get access to this and maybe 3D print that, because that would be pretty neat. We've got JPEGs. Oh boy, we've got a lot of JPEGs. Oh boy. It doesn't look like they have just a 3D file here. This might be just an image stack from the CT scan. 265 megs, that's a lot of photos. But if I really wanted to, I could take that image stack and I could run it through some software to try and generate a 3D model and then print it, which would be really neat. It is a single bone. It'd be cool to have. I've got so many other projects going on right now that I'm not willing to spend an afternoon getting that done. But if you're so inclined, you probably could. If we've got any digital modeling and 3D printing enthusiasts in the chat, it could be a cool project. So yeah. And there you go, Kate Shining Deer. Yes, indeed. We always celebrate when something is open access. Does that dinosaur behind you come alive at night? Which one? Brown like cinnamon. We've got 3 of them here. Archaeopteryx. Gastornis. Maybe Diatryma. And Triceratops. And no, none of them come alive at night. Thankfully, the cats who live in this house would be all freaked out. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. It's neat that even these big mighty pterosaurs were getting chomped on by crocs. We don't know if it was before or after death, but yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Now, Excuse me. Goodness. Neat stuff. As we transition into Thursday BIRDSday here, an awesome paper. If you need a summary of recent advances in the field of bird paleontology, my lab mates have a new paper out reviewing the origins of the avian brain, palate, wing skeleton, and air-filled bones. With a really neat phylogeny right there. So I think this is an invited review paper. Which means that there's like a special edition of a journal that comes out or a book or something like that, and they wanted an up-to-date kind of summary of like, what is the current state of bird paleontology? What are some cool new things that have come out recently? Let's synthesize it here. And so these authors were asked to put together what we call a review paper. Just summarizing all this cool newish stuff. And once again, it seems to be open access. Right? Hang on. PDF. Ho ho ho! Yeah.
Access granted.
There's a link to that right there. Yeah. Whence the Birds? What a lofty title here. I almost feel like we need some different music for this. Whence the Birds? 200 years of dinosaurs' avian antecedents. Among the most revolutionary insights emerging from 200 years of research on dinosaurs is that the clade Dinosauria is represented by approximately 11,000 living species of birds. I'm sorry, how many species?
Over 9,000!
Well over 9,000. Although the origin of birds among dinosaurs has been reviewed extensively, recent years have witnessed tremendous progress in our understanding of the deep evolutionary origins of numerous distinctive avian anatomical systems. These advances have been enabled by exciting new fossil discoveries, leading to an ever-expanding phylogenetic framework, like an evolutionary schema, figuring out how these animals evolved. With which to pinpoint the origins of characteristic avian features. So these neat bird traits that they have, these cool features, when did those first evolve? We can start to figure that out by looking at the fossil history of birds, kind of putting it all together in an organized way. The present review focuses on 4 notable avian systems whose Mesozoic evolutionary history has been greatly clarified by recent discoveries. The brain, the kinetic palate, the pectoral girdle, it's like arms, shoulders, chest, and the postcranial skeletal pneumaticity. So, the hollow bones that birds have behind their skulls. The rest of the skeleton, except for the skull, that's the postcranial skeleton. Postcranial, behind the head. So cool stuff. The year 2024 marks the 200th anniversary of Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus jaw. Right here. This critter. It's 200 years ago, in a few months now, that this critter was first scientifically described by William Buckland. The first dinosaur ever named in a scientific paper. Yeah, the first non-avian dinosaur to be validly named. Though not initially recognized as such, that discovery can be viewed as the genesis of humanity's enduring fascination with the clade Dinosauria, a term first coined in 1842. While 200 years of research on dinosaurs has revealed a huge amount about the extinct diversity of the Mesozoic era, arguably the most important single insight arising from the vast body of dinosaur research is the revelation that Dinosauria includes all birds, living and extinct. All birds, as I often say, are a kind of dinosaur. Those insights arose gradually. Yet today, the emergence of birds among dinosaurs stands as one of the best understood macroevolutionary transformations in the entire history of life. And investigations of the evolutionary origins of the distinctive avian characteristics that set birds apart from other reptiles remains a vibrant area of paleontological research. A rush of discoveries beginning in the early 1990s led to fundamental new insights regarding the evolutionary origins of many aspects of avian biology, which have been summarized in numerous well-cited reviews published from the late 1990s and 2010s. This extraordinary pace of discovery continues unabated, and the years since have seen a wealth of new data emerge that further clarify the evolutionary origins of quintessentially avian features. This is shaping up to be a really, really cool review paper. Neat stuff. So if you're interested in the origin of birds, how they evolved from dinosaurian ancestors, this is a lovely paper to have in your PDF library there. Good stuff. Very good stuff. And here's a term that I sometimes use and I don't always explain. Crown birds. The crown group versus the stem group. Essentially, it kind of means living versus extinct. Crown group birds, this is all of the living birds. And these stem birds are various lineages of birds that didn't make it into the present. They went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, or earlier. So stem essentially means like extinct, ancient. They didn't leave any descendants. They're not the ancestors of our modern birds. They're different branches that came off and did their own thing, and then they died out, didn't leave descendants. The crown birds, those are the lineages, well, the lineage, I guess here, Neornithes. This is the group that has living descendants, the crown group. Think of it kind of like a tree or a plant. You've got the stem at the bottom, and it goes up, and at the top, you got the crown, you know?
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you, Hogan. I appreciate the 24 months of support. At tier 3, holy cow, Hogan. Thank you for your ongoing support. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. There you go, Lil. Yeah. Very good, sir. Yes. And Deathsaurus says you should invite Alberta Claw, aka Albert Chen, on stream for Thursday BIRDSday Sunday. I should. I'm sorry, the what? I didn't catch that. Can you say it again? One more time? The who? The what? I just keep talking over it. Granny Pantaloons, thank you for those 13 months. I appreciate that tremendously. And I'm sorry, the what? The who? Thank you, Granny Pantaloons. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. 13 months now. It's a long time. It's excellent. But yeah. Deathsaurus, I met Albert at SVP this year. And I asked about maybe doing an interview at some point. And the response was, yeah, seems cool. So we might do that. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. The best bird phylogeny I have ever seen.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Thank you, Werewolf Cass. Appreciate the 4 months of support. Thank you. Thank you. Good stuff. There we go. Alberta Nikes' profile on DeviantArt got some bird phylogenies here. Where's the huge one? There's an enormous... Here it is here. The Tree of Birds. Holy cow. This is incredible. Every extant group of birds, every extant family of birds, and extinct groups of birds and non-bird dinosaurs are all here. It's extraordinary. And Spartan, speaking of birds, extant birds, like this lovely Tinamou, I'm so excited about your 10 gift subs there. Spartan, thank you for the support. I truly appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Look how excited this Tinamou is about this. Oh boy. Oh, shoot.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Spartan. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Spartan, there's 10 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads. They will see 0 ads until late February now. Thanks to you, and I appreciate it very much. Thanks for your support, your generosity. It makes a difference. It really does. And thank you, Confused Echidna. I appreciate you. Miss Capri Kel.
Lived a long time ago.
They did.
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Okay. Woo. Thank you, Miss Capri Kel, for those 1,000 bits. Appreciate you. We got a hype train going here. We're approaching a level 4.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Nerduino, thank you for those 100 bits. Nerduino, I appreciate it. How are you doing, by the way? It's good to see you. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Incredible phylogeny here. Like, I would love to have this printed out on my wall. Yeah, you can get a link to it. Well, here's a link to it here in the chat for you. If you're enthusiastic about birds and their dinosaur ancestors, then I suggest you download this image. It's pretty awesome. And what's really cool is that it also shows...
It's a very costly business nowadays to articulate a dinosaur.
Throwing some bits so I can start saving for my trip to SVP even though I don't know if I'll make it. If I do, I am going to road trip to the Jurassic Coast. Coming with?
We'll see, Dinosaur Dave. I don't know what's going on in terms of field trips and everything for SVP, but thank you for the 800 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm a little overwhelmed just thinking about SVP at this point. There's so many other things going on this year. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for those 800 bits. What I really love is that it shows this concept of adaptive radiation, you know? From this one single point, one species right there, you've got literally over 9,000 species of bird evolving. And Mark Melbourne, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mark Melvin.
Mark Melbourne really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you. 5 chatters won't have to watch any ads for next month. And they get to use those emotes too. Thank you, Mark Melvin. Look, we're at 68 out of 200. This is actually our last stream of the week today. I don't know if we're going to make that goal this week. But I really appreciate all of the generosity and support that you good folks are offering. It means a tremendous amount to me. I really, really appreciate it. We don't have to get to the goal every week, you know? Appreciate you. What's really neat here is that you've got, I guess these are the neonates, and then over here are the paleonates. Things like the ratites, things like the quails, really? Quails are paleonates? Is that right?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Less than 3.
Thank you, Merc Gremlin, for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Good stuff. American quails? Oh, that's a guinea fowl. Okay, I thought it was a cassowary. I wasn't zoomed in enough. But yeah, guinea fowl are galliform birds. So, okay. And then there's Enserenatidae, there's like geese and ducks and stuff like that. And haimas. And there we got our cassowaries. And our kiwis. And our other birds there. Okay, that makes more sense. These are paleonates, these are neonates. Neoaves are these guys where you've got this incredible radiation here. All of these lineages seem to emerge around the same time right there. And the vast majority of bird species today are part of Neoaves. Anyway, what a really, really cool image. It really does make me want to look up one of those, you know, printing on fabric websites, like I use for when I print a poster for a conference. This would be an excellent use of the technology, you know. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But neat stuff. And this paper right here kind of, it talks about that radiation, and it talks about these, the evolution of these key traits that kind of define modern birds. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Oh, and Naderfiend, welcome back. I want to get to your question yesterday about marine amphibians, but if a lineage adapts to a certain unfilled niche, how is it possible for another lineage to adapt to the same niche without being outcompeted? It depends how strictly defined the niche is, I guess. Yeah. The term niche is also a little bit loosey-goosey sometimes. So an ecological niche could just be like, oh, you live in a certain environment, you eat a certain kind of prey. Or it could be something as specific as, oh, hello, Moon Pie. Why don't you come up here? Hey.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Heinz Stark, thank you for the prime there. I really appreciate that. Yeah. I think we're about to have a cat trick, everybody. Yep. There we go. It's Ms. Moon Pie. Hey, Moon Pie. How are you doing? So, if you're going to define niches very strictly, you could say that maybe Moon Pie occupies a different niche than the other cats, because she doesn't like to eat treats. So she's got like a different food source, you know, different habits. It's different in a lot of ways. Good to see you, Moon Pie. Yeah, so this is cat trick number 16. All 3 cats in one stream. That's wonderful, Moon Pie. Thanks for visiting us. Yeah. So I guess the point is, like, the term niche is not super strictly defined. It's kind of a loosey-goosey concept. It's almost like you kind of know it when you see it. So you can find instances of different creatures inhabiting the same niche. Or maybe if they live side by side, you might have researchers say, well, that shows that they're not occupying the same niche, because otherwise they couldn't exist together, you know? It kind of depends on how you define it. So yeah. What are you doing, Moon Pie? What are you doing? Yeah. Oh. There we go. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Where are you going? Trying to get down? Okay. Yeah. A rare moon pie appearance. There you go, Jazzy Cat. Good stuff. All of you were just witness to something remarkable and rare. The elusive moon pie. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. And Scully Redhawk, how are you doing? Wonderful to see you too. I hope you're having a good day. Anyway, really cool paper on birds. And it would be an excellent segue into Thursday BIRDSday, but first I want to answer Naderfiend's question from yesterday about whether or not we ever had marine amphibians. So amphibians are these critters that, here, let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Lysamphibia is the crown group today. But there's all kinds of STEM groups that are now extinct. So nowadays, amphibia and Lysamphibia are essentially one and the same. There's our modern amphibians. There used to be all kinds of weird, wonderful amphibians that lived during the Paleozoic and Mesozoic eras, and now they're gone. Nowadays, you've just got these critters. Frogs and salamanders, caecilians. Yeah, end of list, I guess. Caecilians. Right here. These cool, legless, worm-like amphibians. Many of them live on the ground, most of them. Batrachia, this is frogs and salamanders. Salamanders and newts. Caudata, right there. Newts are a kind of salamander, as I understand it, but yeah. And then frogs and toads. Toads being a kind of frog. Anura. That's the name of that clade. But back in the day, you had all kinds of weird other amphibians. Famously, you had things like Coolosuchus, which is this remnant, like, temnospondyle guy. That's been found in the Cretaceous of Australia. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. There we go. It looks like a salamander. It is not a salamander. This is from Walking with Dinosaurs from 1999. I don't know if that still holds true. I think we've got croc fossils from these deposits, so it's not an absence of crocodiles that allowed them to survive. Might be something else. Yeah. But yeah. Uh-oh. Watch out, you little ornithopod. Little small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. There's a big temnospondyl coming after you. Enough to give you the heebie-jeebies, right? So anyway, the question from Naderfiend yesterday was if there are any amphibians from Earth's past that were marine, that lived in the oceans. If there is a marine amphibian that we've got fossils of, it'll probably be a temnospondyl. Let's look this up, because this is outside my realm of expertise. That's not it. Yeah. Here we go, from the Natural History Museum in London. Fossils reveal how giant amphibians swam on shores of ancient sea. Amphibians the size of crocodiles once lurked along the shores of ancient South Africa. Newly described fossils reveal how these animals moved in the water as they looked for prey during the Permian. So, long before the dinosaurs, during the Permian period. Over 250 million years ago, giant amphibians would roam the edges of ancient lagoons. So they're from the Karoo. Interesting. But were they actually marine or were they freshwater? That's what I want to know. When looking at other fossil trackways or modern crocodile tail drags on tidal flats, the footprints are normally the thing that stand out. Yeah. For the purposes of reproduction, most amphibians require fresh water, although some lay their eggs on land and have developed various ways of keeping them moist. A few, like the crab-eating frog, okay, can inhabit brackish water, but there are no true marine amphibians, and the present tense there implies they're talking about nowadays. Living amphibians. There's no true ocean-going amphibians today. There are reports, however, of particular amphibian populations unexpectedly invading marine waters. Interesting. But yeah, this isn't talking about fossil critters. So, evolutionary history. I always associate amphibians with freshwater, often because there's like a certain degree of permeability in their bodies with the surrounding water that, like, if you're in a saltwater environment, I would think that might kind of... Not that the salt would get in necessarily to your body, but it might dehydrate you. Like, it might... That saline quality of the water might do bad stuff to your innards. I don't know. And there you go, yeah. Kate Shining Deer says, I would imagine that the salt might make it hard to maintain their moisture levels correctly. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. But I want to say there were some marine temnospondyls at some point. Here we go. Trematosauroidea. Oh boy, this critter looks marine. Yeah. I'm trying to make this viewable by you, and oh boy, it's not working. They're an important group. Oh, well. Trematosauroidea are an important group. VIPs of the Triassic. They flourished briefly during the early Triassic, occurring worldwide before declining at the start of the Middle Triassic. The largest and most specialized family, the Trematosauridea, are the only batrachomorphs to have adapted to a marine lifestyle. Haha! We got it, with the exception of the modern crab-eating frog. So these guys were marine. So there you go. There you go there, Nader Fiend. We've got a marine amphibian. These guys lived in the oceans. Critters like Trematosaurus, who was very much not a dinosaur, lived probably prior to the evolution of the first dinosaurs, but looked something like this. Again, long snout on this guy. Yeah. You know, it reminds me a lot of the Metriorhynchids, those ocean-going crocodiliforms that we were talking about earlier. So there you go. We did have marine amphibians. I suspected that was the case, and it was a temnospondyle. Very cool. Very, very cool. So again, if you want to read more about it, here is a link. Wikipedia there. Few the proud, the Trematosaurids. There you go, Steely Dan. Yes. You're welcome, Nader Fiend. I'm sorry I didn't get to your question yesterday. Sometimes that happens, but I'm glad you're back. There you go. Yeah. These guys definitely were fish eaters, Golganak. Yes, indeed. Very much piscivorous. It's pretty neat. Pretty neat. We were talking about walking with dinosaurs earlier. I figure we should take a look briefly at the first images to be released from the new Walking with Dinosaurs series. Where was that? There we go. BBC Earth doesn't seem to be active on Blue Sky, so I thought I'd share the news. First looking Walking with Dinosaurs 2025. There we go. There's a Tyrannosaur, quite obviously. Very nice. You can see hints of feathers along the back of the head there. Nice. And lips. You don't have exposed teeth there. You have kind of Komodo dragon style lips going on there. Yep. Tyrannosaurs. Very nice. Very nice. I like the kind of subtle feathering. You know? It makes a lot of sense for animals of this size. I don't think these are Tyrannosaurus. Maybe there's something like Lythronax. I wouldn't be shocked if these are supposed to be Lythronax. I know that Utah dinosaurs are getting a lot of attention in this series. We've got some insider info there. And this is Pachyrhinosaurus, looks like. I don't know how I feel about how separate the beak looks from the rest of the skull. But yeah, you know what? That's cool. That's cool. I think Steve Brussati was oh, people are excited about this. Steve Brusati talked about this a little bit. Let's see if we can find that. There we go. Oh, Steve Brusati follows me. I didn't realize that. Pretty neat. Yeah. He says, for years I've consulted behind the scenes with Jay and others at the BBC on this. The visuals are astounding, the storytelling is compelling, the science is sound. Excited for you to see it. I hope it's good. I hope the new Walking with Dinosaurs is good. I've heard a few things that make me a little bit nervous about it. And also, I've got a personal gripe because I was supposed to be able to do some live streams from a fossil site in Wyoming over the past 2 summers. I wasn't able to do that because the BBC sent a film crew out there in 2023 and apparently made everybody sign like an NDA agreement that also dictated that there couldn't be any media there until, like, even after they left, until the series premiered. So hopefully it premieres again. It premieres on schedule before I go out to the field this summer, and I'll be able to actually visit that fossil site and finally live stream from there, because it's just, that was ridiculous that, in my opinion, that how in the world would that have impacted or, you know, impacted that at all, let alone been detrimental to the Walking with Dinosaurs brand, for me to be able to do science outreach from that fossil site, which was just a few miles from where I was streaming anyway, during the past 2 summers. It doesn't make any sense at all, but yeah. But yeah, Yellow Cat. But yeah, Dr. Tara, yeah, that's where the, yeah. Anywho, yeah. Frustrating. But yeah, what's this, Dr. Tara? I do wonder about this. Yeah. Oh, and Horseshoe Canyon dinosaurs. Well, very cool. The result was so much attention and effort. I'm so thankful to the fantastic folks at the BBC for allowing us to give our input. I'm so unbelievably happy with the finished products. I'm stoked to see the other episodes. Cool. I'll also say some of the dinosaurs in this documentary might appear inaccurate or weird looking for a few months, only because the documentary will be released before a couple papers will be published. For one species, it's the most accurate depiction in any documentary yet. I think they're probably thinking about the Pachyrhinosaurus, and I work with some ceratopsian people, and they're like, yeah, I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt, is all I'm gonna say. I heard that some of the other people who are working on, who were consulted for the documentary, were frustrated that the BBC folks weren't listening to them about some of their suggestions. So we'll see. I hope all that's been resolved. I hope they've made all of the necessary changes. I hope that everything is really good. But we'll see. We'll see. I hope it's phenomenal. I hope it's better than Prehistoric Planet. I really, really do. We'll see. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Was there really trouble with the consultation? I can't tell you details, but that's what I heard, Dr. Tara. Yeah. 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 We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I can say that some of the names of these animals are not going to be correct. Like, we already know that that's the case. And they're like, well, it has to be this particular genus because that's the one that the public knows and is excited about. So we have to call it that. It's like, like, well, yeah, but it's not that dinosaur. It's gonna be a new species. And they're like, well, we can't say that. It has to be this famous name. So that kind of thing, you know? Apparently there's gonna be a lot of that. So we'll see. We'll see. But not off to a good start, from what I understand. Yeah. And we'll talk about it when it comes out, Dr. Tara. I can't reveal too much, but some of the dinosaurs that are gonna appear in the documentary are not actually the names they're being called. They're actually going to be new species or genera. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. With that said, it's time for Thursday BIRDSday. So let's go ahead and get into that here. Every Thursday, we like to celebrate the fact that dinosaurs are not, in fact, extinct. We've got over 9,000 species of them still flying around today. We call them birds, and, well, many members of this community have been out photographing birds this week, and we're going to take a look at those photos. So, let's start up Thursday BIRDSday right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, indeed. Let's take a look at some of those photos.
Really?
Oh, and thank you, Axeman, for gifting Riley there. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you.
Subs in the channel.
Good stuff. Yeah. Let's take a look. This is from Last Big Lady Fiend. Says, this was in my Twitter feed. I just thought it was funny. Oh boy. Yeah. And let's give it one of those too. Miss Capri Kel says, having fun with a watercolor book. Used a broad-billed hummingbird coloration as my reference. Very cool, Miss Capri Kel. Nice. Very nice. So you had a silhouette of a hummingbird there, and you're like, what species do I make it? Based on the coloration. And you chose a broad-billed hummingbird. Really neat. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Find those hummers there. Broad-billed hummingbird. Good stuff. Selasphorus platycercus. Pretty neat. Where do they occur? Found in the highland regions from the western U.S. and western Canada to Mexico and Guatemala. I bet you we've got these out in Wyoming and Utah. I wonder if these are some of the same ones that would visit our feeders in Utah. Don DeBlue, Uncle Don, the assistant state paleontologist of Utah, he would put up a hummingbird feeder on the portable garage that we'd use out in the field at Doling's Bowl. And we'd get these, I thought they were ruby-throated hummingbirds. They might be these guys. Broad-tailed hummingbirds. Interesting. The bird's call sounds like a sharp cheat, which is repeated cheat, 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 cheat. Ellipsis, so maybe there's multiple cheats after that. Pretty neat. Huh. Cool stuff. Very neat, Miss Capri Kel. Well done. Yeah. Excellent. Very, very nice. Good work. Such a beautiful insight. Very funny. It's Patrick Crusader. And we have months worth of Thursday BIRDSday photos stored in the thread. This is true, Mayor of Space. We definitely do. We're going to see how many we can get through today. We'll go through all of them from the past week, as is our tradition. But man, you could scroll way, way, way up there and have a ton more. And Snake Gal 2112 says, not sure what kind of birds they are. The location is upstate South Carolina. So northern South Carolina. I bet you these are starlings. Do they sound like starlings, chat? What do you think? They could be Brewer's blackbirds or grackles. But I don't know, those wing beats, they didn't look like a starling. What is that? Huh. That's tricky. Not sure who those are. Yeah. Interesting, Snake Gal. I hope somebody else has got some ideas. Lydia says, those are grackle numbers, but they don't sound like any grackles I've ever heard. Those sound like you could be on sports talk radio or something like that, Lenina. You know. So listen here, these sound like grackle numbers. Those don't sound like, you know, any grackles that I've seen this season. Here, again. They are putting up those grackle numbers, yeah, but... Here, I want to see if I can find a video of a starling flock. And hear the sounds that they make and see if it matches up. Yeah, so starlings have got kind of a more... It almost sounds more digital somehow. More electronic. To use kind of a vague term that might not be very helpful. Although the wing beats, yeah, interesting. Really rapid wing beats. And there is that kind of, you almost see like flashes of white as they're flapping. It almost reminds me of like a nighthawk or something with the white stripes. Here, having seen that, I wonder if that changes my perception of this. Yeah, I bet you these are starlings. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. Huh. And yeah, northern South Carolina makes sense too. Starlings are invasive across North America. They're kind of... I don't know if you can say that a species is cosmopolitan across a continent. But if you can, then they are. Yeah. And Kate Shining Deer says starlings are more whistly, in my opinion. Yeah. It could be a difference in the recording equipment, though. The camera. I don't know. Yeah. First one that flew looked like it had a longer tail than a starling. Maybe. I don't know. This is a mystery so far. Yeah. I'm not sure. We're gonna move on, though. And maybe some grackles, says Sculpin. Could be grackles, yeah, certainly. Grackles do like to hang out in big groups. And you've got multiple different species. I don't know which ones you've got in South Carolina. Yeah. And Regalis, I like your username. That's Edmontosaurus Regalis, right? Yeah. A gull. Ooh. And this gull has been banded. 3 different bands, at least, on those hind legs. This is a gull who has had to put up with some human handling, for certain. Huh. I wonder if it's a member of a rare or protected species or something. Yeah, he's been marked, Alexander Morrison. Huh. And then your budgie. Beautiful. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. These are such fun, interesting birds. Parrots and their relatives. The psittaciform birds are so cool. Yeah, I do wonder what kind of gull this is. Gulls are notoriously difficult to ID. A lot of birders have kind of a love-hate relationship with gulls. This one almost looks juvenile, and then it's got almost kind of a speckly aspect to its chest there, but this is also clearly taken at around dawn or dusk. The angle of the light is really low. Looks very orange. It's like a golden hour kind of thing. Also probably altering my perception of this gull. But yeah. Your library had a speaker from Cornell Lab talk about birding. Very cool, Kettle Cook. They mentioned an app called Merlin. Any of you use it? Yeah, a number of members of this chat use Merlin. I'll occasionally use Merlin. I use iNaturalist more often. I should probably get into eBird at some point. That's like the big one for serious birders. But Merlin is great. If any of you are looking to get into birding, this is maybe the easiest way to do it. It is phenomenal. It's so good. Here.
Merlin is a free app that uses 5 simple questions to identify the birds you find, providing real-time bird ID guidance right in the palm of your hand.
Yep.
This is such a cool app, you'll just have to see it in action. Let's say we're out birding and we see a mysterious small bird perched
Spoiler alert, it's a barn swallow. Sorry.
on a fence. Time to put Merlin to work. Start bird ID and Merlin asks, where did you see the bird? You can choose your current location, choose a position on a map, or simply type in a place or postal code. For this, I'm going to type in Ithaca, New York.
Nice.
Next question. When did you see the bird? Today's
Yeah.
date will automatically appear first, so July 23rd works for me. Question 3. What size was the bird? Okay, Merlin uses a ruler based on some common types of birds.
Yep, which is what? Sparrow, robin, crow, goose. They don't have Diatrima or Gastornis over here. Because they're not really around anymore.
Was the bird sparrow-sized or smaller?
Again, this only works on extant birds. It will not work on fossil birds.
Goose-sized or larger? Or somewhere in between? Sometimes this is hard, especially if the bird moves too quickly, but give it your best guess.
Or if the bird is fluctuating rapidly in size as you're observing it.
I think our bird is slightly larger than a sparrow and smaller than a robin, so I'll choose between sparrow and robin. On to number 4. What were the main colors? Again, this may be difficult depending on the bird and the time of day you see it, but try to choose up to 3 of the most obvious
Or if
colors
you don't have
saw.
color vision.
I saw some blue on its back, orange on the throat, and some buffy brown on the belly.
Doesn't work for quantum birds. Exactly, Steely Dan,
Finally,
yeah.
what was the bird doing when you saw it? Eating at a feeder? Swimming? No. And it wasn't on the ground. Aha! On a fence or wire.
Yeah. These are
And that's
pretty all-encompassing. So, yeah. Eating at a feeder, was it on the ground, was it soaring or flying? It's not going to have things like, oh, the bird was, swimming through magma, or is breaking into cars in an underground parking lot, or, the bird was on the moon. You're not likely to encounter birds in those places, so I don't know. Every bird that I've ever identified through the Merlin app, I've been able to use what seem like really narrow, limited options, and I've never had any trouble, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that this is a really simple app and a simple identification process, and it works remarkably well based on how narrow it seems.
These deceptively simple questions are at the core of all bird ID.
There you go, Roseanne,
Next,
yeah.
we'll get our results. Merlin provides a list of birds you are most likely to see based on your description and eBird data for that location and time of year.
Yeah.
And here's our list. Hey, that's it. It's a barn swallow.
Bingo.
You can check out photos of the species, listen to songs and calls, and browse the rest of the list to see other similar birds. Once you've identified your bird, be sure to help Merlin learn by choosing "This is my bird." If you're able to get a photo of the bird you see, you can also use the incredible Merlin Photo ID feature.
Which is
Select
really
an
cool.
image from your phone or snap a new one. Zoom in
The
so
bird's
the
been
bird
very
fills the frame.
cooperative there,
Then click Next.
especially for a swallow.
Confirm the location and the date, and hit Identify. Like magic, Merlin analyzes the photo and gives you a list of most likely species. Yep,
Cool
that's
stuff.
a barn swallow.
Yeah. So the Merlin app, really, really cool, and now you can even use bird sounds. As you listen to birds, you can now use the Cornell Lab of Ornithology's Merlin Bird ID app to find out who's singing. This is remarkably useful, especially if you can't see the bird. Just hold your phone up to identify singing birds in real time with Merlin, which can also ID birds from photos.
Merlin's powered by the eBird community, so all those folks all over the world submitting their sightings to eBird makes it possible for us to build Merlin. And with all the
Tone Rebellion. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, so it's like Pokemon Go, but like real. Yeah. 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 Your remark there reminded me of this. Wait, why is it a... goodness. Can we have this in English, please? Oh, goodness. And not in terrible quality. No, that's the same one I just clicked on. Anyway, the joke was they're in this bus that's going really fast, and Milhouse goes, "Whoa, it's just like Speed 2, but with a bus instead of a boat." Yeah. So you know what the original Pokemon were? Animals. Yeah. But yeah. No, it is really cool in that, here's public domain creatures. You can go out and observe in the real world and collect photos of and compare them with other people and all that good stuff, It's super, super cool. Birding is, I think, a really rewarding kind of hobby if you get into it. I honestly wish I had more time for it. But it's always a fun thing to kind of have in your back pocket. Like, if you're going to a new area, you're traveling, sometimes I like to look up what kinds of birds I might see in that area, and it's always cool to ask locals, like, hey, what kinds of birds do you expect to see here? What are the coolest birds in your neighborhood, It's fun to have those kinds of conversations.
Recordings in the archive, we can build this amazing feature through collaboration with computer scientists that helps identify bird songs automatically. The challenge of identifying birds that are singing has been a problem the community has been working towards for many years, and recently computer vision technology has made it possible to convert that sound into an image and then train the computers to identify the bird in essentially that image.
We knew that we could convert audio to spectrograms to a visual representation.
Oh, that's neat. Really cool computing problem.
Computer vision toolkit to take the problem and try and solve it there. So as opposed to really treating this like an audio problem, we actually treated it as a photo ID problem. Machine learning is great. It does have some really nice success stories, but you really need to involve the people that can get you the training data in order to improve these things and benchmark them. That's one of the things that the Lab of O, it's probably what makes it pretty unique and special, is that it has both of those pieces kind of in spades. And so the technology that powers Merlin Photo ID is cool.
Mayor Space says, if there's a problem, I'll solve it. Yeah. Record the bird and Merlin will resolve it.
Cool. It's actually all the data that Cornell already had. That was the value proposition of the whole project.
Merlin is a free app. We really wanted to make birds accessible to people because that moment when you learn the name of a bird is magical. You start to understand where that bird has traveled, what it needs to survive. Yep. It's our hope that we can continue to provide the habitats that birds need to survive in this world side by side with humans in intact ecosystems.
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. So yeah, Merlin app. Wonderful free app, and data from that actually help out bird researchers. Like, when you're using it, you're actually contributing something cool to the world too in a small way. So, highly recommend. Yeah. Jellyfish. Ones you have in winter, not the same as the ones in summer. Very cool. Kate Shining Deer, yeah. So you probably live in a highly seasonal sort of environment. That's neat. Dinosaur Dave's got a pelican and something riding out on the worst storms I've seen here in a while. Normally, waves don't get across the full entry like that. The water is normally 2 meters lower. So big swell combined with king tide and wind blowing in the right directions means chaos. Don't worry, everyone's safe and fine. Bit of minor flooding damage, not to my place. That's about it. I wish we could dump all this rain on California, to be honest. Yeah, we could use it, especially.
Got a bit of a storm here, but I figured you get to see some theropods in action.
Nice.
Guys just chilling, avoiding the waves. So the main entry to the lake's over here. We've got a little. He just came in and landed.
Ooh, it looks like a killdeer, maybe.
But because of how big the surf is, it's actually washing over the top of this, which it doesn't normally do unless it gets real bad.
Huh.
But yeah, Yeah. Just a pelican doing pelican things in a... whatever that thing is.
It looks like a killdeer or a sandpiper. Huh. Very cool. Neat stuff, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Appreciate you posting. Good stuff. Oh, and did I... make sure I mark these. And there. Okay. But very nice, Dinosaur Dave. Very nice. Yeah. And we doing birds tonight? It's Thursday BIRDSday, Ultrasaurus, of course. Yeah. How you doing, Ultrasaurus? Welcome, welcome. Should we play the Thursday BIRDSday video again for Ultrasaurus? It's what, like a minute, 30 seconds long? Would anybody mind terribly if we were to do that? Ultrasaurus, I think, yeah. I usually have Thursdays off. I'll keep that in mind for my Thursdays. Well. Welcome to Thursday BIRDSday, Ultrasaurus. Welcome to Thursday BIRDSday.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Happy Thursday BIRDSday indeed. Yeah, this is something we do every Thursday. And, this is a fun community thing, you know? Yeah. We did a lot of talking earlier in the stream about the evolution of birds. Including giant flightless birds like our Gastornis up here. Check out the beak on that. It's just nuts. It's my 3D print of that big flightless bird from the Paleogene period. But yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, I stole this from TikTok because it summarizes the storms we are having at the moment. Holy cow. Wow. There you go. Nice. Here's one from Dr. Irrefutable. It says, this isn't very good. Again, it doesn't have to be a great photo. As long as it's a photo that you went out and took, you know, then you get full credit, you know? This isn't very good, but I decided to upload it anyway. It's great. A bunch of birds hiding from the wind in single-digit Fahrenheit temperatures. And there you go, just at the peak of that roof right there, yeah. These are what many people in the birding community called LBBs. Little brown birds. I don't know if they're grackles or starlings or cowbirds or brewers, blackbirds, or what, but, yeah. I hope they're doing okay with it being as cold as it is out there. But very nice, Dr. Irrefutable. I wonder if yeah. Ice cube. There we go. Oh. They're mostly at the ridge. I suspect some heat might be coming out of the ridge vent at the top. Birds don't have thermal vision or anything like that. Thermal vision in the same way that some other reptiles do. Like pit vipers and stuff. They can sense heat. But birds have got cleverness on their side. A lot of them can... They can figure out how to stay warm without necessarily having to, like, see the warmth. You know what I mean? And given that they're social like this, too, they're all hanging out in a group, if one bird is able to figure this out, might be able to call over all the friends, and I'll just hang out where it's warmest. So yeah, good for them. Achaemenidus says, mycologists have LBM's little brown mushrooms. There you go. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. I can send you a puzzler of a bird if you'd like. That would be good, Ultrasaurus. I'm not a very good birder myself. I'm not great with bird IDs. But yeah, if you wanna throw a puzzler into the mix, we'd appreciate it. The airspace has got a rockhopper penguin at the Detroit Zoo struggling to eat a fish. We had a penguin stream on Tuesday talking about penguins. You gotta swallow it head first, bud. Good stuff, Mayor Space. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. And thanks for sharing, Ultrasource. I'm looking forward to seeing that. My burger didn't want to stay in my hands tonight, says Salamander. I'm sorry to hear that. That's lousy. And a pair o' ospreys atop a Lot Street lamp. Very nice, Alexander Morrison. Very nice. Look at them. Yeah. Very cool. Ospreys have got such cool shaped claws. They're very rounded. Not rounded, I mean very curved. That's the term I was looking for. And so that seems to be associated with piscivory in birds of prey. Kind of the more curved the claws, the better they are, it seems to snag fishes. Extraordinarily sharp, too. Long. But yeah, good stuff. So you compare that with other birds of prey. Let's see. This figure looks familiar. Hang on. Yeah! Uploaded by Liz Friedman Fowler. She's one of the authors on this paper. I'm going to be hanging out with her at the beginning of February. Her and my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. This is their paper that they published on predatory functional morphology in raptors. So looking at various birds of prey today, and looking at the morphologies of their claws, things like curvature, thickness, length, proportions, all this good stuff. Yeah. In order to figure out how non-bird dinosaurs used their claws, sometimes you gotta do that ground level work first You got to figure out how modern birds use their claws so you can use them as a key for figuring out the predatory ecology, the functional morphology of non-bird dinosaurs. Adult Viper.
Mercy Wing 1 Komodo Hype, Mercy Wing 2.
Thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that Prime there. Thank you, Viper. Appreciate you. Yeah. Really neat. And ospreys are one of the fastest raptors, aren't they? I know falcons are the fastest, obviously. Peregrines and, like, is it pronounced gyre falcons? They're the fastest birds in level flight. In a dive, peregrines are the fastest. I don't know, outside of them. The true acipteriform birds, like hawks and eagles, I don't know which of them is the fastest. Let's look that up. It's the fastest accipiter. Huh. I guess we'll look at the AI garbage. Yeah, that doesn't really tell us much. 4 fastest birds of prey from Earth.com. I don't know if this is going to be legit. Let's see. Peregrine falcon, golden eagle, gyre falcon, gear falcon, Eurasian hobby, golden eagle. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. No, the peregrine is the fastest animal that's ever lived, as far as we know. They can dive at over 200 miles per hour. It's like over 100 kilometers per hour. I think they're up to 240? 240 miles per hour? 240? Yeah. I just had that idea this weekend. Let's see if I can pursue it. It'd be really cool to do a peregrine falcon stream. There's some nesting peregrine falcons at various spots where I live here in the San Francisco Bay Area. There's some over there in Berkeley. There's some over in Oakland. I think there's some in the South Bay and some in San Francisco too. And at various times of the year they have, well, during the spring, they have chicks that they're raising. And there's crews of wildlife people who actually climb up and put bands on the chicks. And sometimes they talk to like a crowd that gathers there. They're like, what are those people climbing up for? So they have people there to also talk to bystanders. I think it would be really neat to do a stream from there if I can contact them in advance. I should really link up with some of the Audubon Society people. See if I can get contact info for the falcon banders. Because I think that would be a really fun IRL stream. We'll see about doing that. And your grandma used to be one of those people. You've got a really cool grandma, Ultrasaurus. That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah. And I think it's Jer Falcon. J. Denny. Let's see, because I would like to know how to pronounce that. Here, let's try this. Ashton Down Airfield. This is a BBC video, and I have to reverse this and take the image out, or take the audio out when this goes up in the VOD. So if you're watching later on YouTube or in the VOD, I apologize, there's no sound. But I'm trying to avoid getting copyright nuked when this VOD goes up on YouTube, you know? Gear falcon. Oh, P-bounds. Interesting. What a beautiful animal, you know? This is nuts. This is cool. You know, I didn't know they ate cars. $85 miles per hour. Oh, sorry, 58 miles per hour. Final top speed? That's it? I thought they could go faster than that. This is in level flight, though. That's pretty darn quick. You know? I bet most of you in chat can't run anywhere close to that fast. Oh, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Mini Pie's here. Oh, don't get freaked out. Here. Mini Pie really doesn't like... Showing this up earlier. My Eohippus model. This is a life-size 3D printed model of an ancient horse. And Mini Pie does not like it. she gets really freaked out when she walks into the room and this is just kind of staring at her. So I'm going to put this away and maybe Mini Pie will come up on the desk and say hello. There we go. Yeah. And oh, XVR, thank you. I've been really bad about checking various email accounts lately. There's so many other things going on. I'm planning a trip to North Dakota next week, and there's a lot going on. But yeah. And Minnie's always been nervous around Eohippus, says Lordy. It's true. She has been. Mini Pie, how are you doing? What's going on with you? Yeah. Let's shake him. Man, why are the settings on this camera all weird? Oh well. Showing your butt to everybody, Mini Pie? Put that tail down. Put that tail down. Sorry, everyone. Yeah. Oh. You having a good afternoon? I hope so. Here, we didn't actually get an answer on how to pronounce Gyre Falcon, so... Let's see. Pronounced... I don't know how to read the pronunciation guides. I'm sorry, say it again?
Gerfalcon.
Gerfalcon.
Gerfalcon. Gerfalcon.
Cool. What about this?
You are looking at Julian's pronunciation guide, where we look at how to pronounce better some of the most mispronounced words in the world, like this other curious word, but how Do you say what you're looking for today? We are looking at how to pronounce this word and more confusing vocabulary. Many mispronounce in English, so make sure to stay tuned.
I feel like he's mispronouncing very common words. Like the word world or the word word.
To the channel to learn more, the largest of the falcon species, the bird of prey, gyrfalcon. Yeah, not gear, gyrfalcon.
Gyrfalcon. Okay, I don't know who to believe here. Anyway, I don't know how we got to that from Osprey, but they're lovely Osprey there, Alexander Morrison. Very nice. Very, very nice. Good stuff. Let's continue. Fastest birds. Thank you, Miss Caprical. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. Cyber Highlands, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Oh, mini pie. Is that the good stuff? Yeah? Oh. Easy there. Calm down. Don't get carried away. Let's continue. Gravity 1963, is that Corvus brachyrhynchos? The American crow? I think it might be. All right, let's give Minnie Pie some treats. She's getting real froggy. Being so feisty. All right, treat time. Treat time. Yeah. There we go. She's gonna eat you soon, says Kalan Nightwing. I gotta make sure she doesn't. Here, look. Treats. There you go. That'll satiate you. There you go. How's that, Mini Pie? How's that? Yeah, crunch them up. You get those teeth clean. Those dental treats. There you go. If she spits out the greenie, goes right for the junk food, says Lordy. Well, she did crunch up the greenie. Hopefully she eats the rest of it after having crunched it up. You don't leave those covered in slobber on my desk. You eat those, please. Clean plate club, Mini Pie. There you go. There you go. Good stuff. That's it. You ate them all. Wow, well done. Well done, Mini Pie. She's like, can I eat that sauropod? Want this one? Wow. Mini Pie, the largest predator of the Jurassic. Dwarfs this adult apatosaur. Nope. I'll see you later. And Mini Pie doesn't really do the head boops thing that much. In fact, none of the cats who live here really do that very much. The whole headbutt thing. Yeah. Each of the three has got kind of different ways of showing affection. but none of them really do that much. At least not to me. Yeah. Gravity 1963 has got what looks like Corvus brachyrhynchos, the American crow here, but let's see. Could be a raven, though. Sounds more like a crow. Yeah, it could be a Mexican crow, too. I don't know if that's an American crow. Was it the Chihuahua crow? Was it the Chihuahua raven? I don't know. We'll look them up on our Tree of Life. Let's jump from our broad-billed hummingbird to Corvus. Crows, ravens, jackdaws, and the other corvids. Russell Crowe says Son of Austerlitz. I don't think so. I think this crow's a bit better behaved. There we go. So, there's a lot of species. 44 species. Let's jump to American crow. Yeah, Corvus brachyrhynchos. Northwestern crow. That doesn't sound right from Mexico. Carrion crow. I bet you it's an American crow. Yeah. Very cool stuff, though. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Gravity. Telephone. Pro. There we go. Good stuff. Excellent. Oh, and there you go, Miss Capri Kel. Yeah. No, thank you again for painting that and posting it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sorry you weren't here for that, but we did a whole thing on it. J Quartz has got a great horned owl at their sister's house. Very cool. Look at that. Here, we almost need some different music. Here. Fear unlocked, says Science Streams. It does look like a great horned owl. Yeah. See the great horns? One of them is far greater than the other. Look how long that is. Good stuff. J Quartz, thanks for posting. Excellent. There you go, Echidna. I agree. Good stuff. Let's jump to great horned owls on our Tree of Life. I think they're pretty far from corvids. Great horned owl. I think they're related to like nighthawks and things like that, right? Great horned owl right there. Mubo virginianus. One of the owls. Fish owls, eagle owls, and more. I think they're a pretty early diverging group of birds, aren't they? The owls. They've been separate from everybody else for a long time. Owls. Strigidae, 44.1 million years ago. There you go. You date back to the Eocene. And owls and barn owls. So barn owls are not part of Strigiformes? I did not know that. Interesting. Huh. So barn owls and true owls diverged during the Cretaceous? Are we sure about that? before the KPG extinction? I wonder about that. I do wonder about that. Were there owls in the Mesozoic? I don't think we have any evidence of owls from the Mesozoic Ultrasaurus. But it does make me wonder. Yeah, Strigiformes are the true owls. So we can go out a little bit broader from this. Teleraves, called landbirds or core landbirds. Interesting. Yeah. When did they... Oh, this is like a stub. This might be a fairly new clade. Like, in the sense that it was only recently recognized that all these guys, 2013. Huh. Yeah, Wu et al. 2024 recovered and found support for the clade of Recipteromorphs and owls, which they've named Hyraves, but the clade to be sister to Australaves. So I guess... Interesting. There's some dispute about that. Possible late Cretaceous origin based on molecular clock. So based on molecular clock tells me that we don't have fossil evidence of these birds from the Cretaceous. But looking at how different they are and like assuming relatively stable rates of evolution, we can surmise that they may have originated back during the Cretaceous. Interesting. Well, if you want to read more about this, here's a link. That'll get you started. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And what about right after the KPG? Were there owls already in action? So, I don't know. Here's the thing. When we were talking about that phylogeny earlier, yeah, from Albertonicus here. This evolutionary tree of birds. There's our non-bird dinosaurs down here. And then you get the birds originating. And here, you just get this crazy adaptive radiation. And this is right around the time that, well, not right around the time. It probably is exactly when that asteroid hits. In the aftermath, you have all of these different bird groups that originate here. They all radiate outward. New lineages split because, you've got the majority of species on Earth that went extinct right there. The lucky survivors are able to take advantage of this wide open scenario. It's free real estate. Yeah, it's free real estate. Tons of open niches to inhabit. Once those ecosystems start to recover a little bit in this post-apocalyptic landscape, when those lucky survivors, emerge, suddenly the world is their oyster. It's free real estate. And you get that crazy radiation there, where nearly all of our modern bird groups emerge from that. All of these guys up here emerge from that radiation. And then you have the Gallo-Anseriformes, and the Paleonath birds down here. So chickens, ducks, geese, and then ostriches, rheas, kiwis, emus, etc. But all the other guys, yeah, they all evolved from one single common ancestor right after the KPG extinction, it seems. Anyway, cool stuff, J Quartz. Thank you for posting that lovely owl. We got to get a move on. I got to continue with these. Yeah. And that is available on print by the artist on Redwall. Oh, very cool, Spavorio. I might have to get that. Yeah. Yeah. Some white and brown longbeak swans. spending their winters in a SoCal estuary. Canyonero boy. Good ID there. Yeah. Very long-billed swans. Nice. Nice. We've got a classic brown pelican and white pelicans too? I didn't know you had these in SoCal. Very cool. Good stuff. Excellent. Pelicans are closely related to things like shoebill. Here. They actually give their name to a whole order. A whole order of birds? Is order the proper rank? The Pelecaniformes. Here's pelicans here. 8 living species. But you go out further, and you get the Pelecaniformes. Pelicans, tropic birds, cormorants, and relatives. That's the pelicans. And then over here, hammercops and shoebills. Yeah. So they form a clade. I wonder what this is called. Pelicans, shoebills, and hammercops. I betcha we can figure that out. Pelecaniformes, Scopiidae. Maybe there isn't a clade in between that's been named. No, there is. Pelecanomorphae. Okay. That's got to be the name of this clade right here. Pelecaniformes, Pelecanomorphae, and then there's going to be another clade that includes the hammercop and the shoebill. What would that be? Shoebill, Balaniceps rex. This is the sole surviving member of this family. Balaniceptidae. Pelecani. There we go. Oh, wait. No. Anyway, you know, these kind of in-between ranks don't really matter that much, so I'm not even going to worry about it. But yeah, cool stuff, Canyonero boy. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Yeah. Nice swan, says Jay Quartz. Yeah, it's pretty good. And Steely Dan says, here's a blurry photo of a kingfisher perched on his throne in the middle of the pond. That's a good spot. You can almost make out his sweet mohawk. Kingfishers are notoriously difficult to photograph, I have found. So this one, again, looks very, very blurry. But still very cool. It's probably is it a belted kingfisher, I wonder? It's kind of hard to say. Belted kingfishers are what we get around here in the Bay Area. But male red-belted fish, very cool Ultrasaurus. Well, well, well. Here, let's look them up. Pull up our Tree of Life again. Red-belted fisher, kingfisher. Tried to get closer, but he was onto me. Yeah, they don't like being photographed. Kingfishers are really camera shy, and I don't know why. Yeah. 93 species. Okay, finding ours here might prove difficult. Oh boy. Belted kingfisher. These are the ones that I'm familiar with from around here. Ringed kingfisher, giant kingfisher. Pied kingfisher, Amazon kingfisher, Amazon prime kingfisher. We're not gonna be able to find Anyway, cool stuff, Steely Dan. Cool stuff. Kingfish. Somebody beat me to this. Was this you, Lenina? Yeah. Nice. Yeah. And a Reckless Dunk, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Good stuff. Kingfisher pic must have been taken with the Bigfoot lens, says Geeks Tour. Yeah. I'm just happy that we've got a kingfisher. They're always really fun. Thank you, Steely Dan, for the photo. Good stuff. And Germsturm says, this little owl ambassador, super concerned and interested in what the peregrine falcon ambassador was doing while perched on another person's glove. Yeah, look how big those eyes are. Many owls often have a look of perpetual surprise or concern or panic. That's lovely, Germs. What kind of owl is this, I wonder? Yeah. Good stuff, Germs. Good stuff. Adorable. Yeah, they're so cool. They are an amazing thing, Geekster. They really are. Owls are really neat animals. Really neat birds. I've been told that they don't have strong color vision, unlike almost all other birds, because they're so well adapted for being able to peer through the gloom at night. Being able to see in really dark environments. And apparently also they have a very poor sense of smell, even when compared with other birds. Most birds don't have the best olfactory sense, but I think owls in particular, they don't smell good, you know? Yeah. Same with close vision. Interesting. Miss Capri, interesting. Yeah. Owls are so neat. They really are. Thanks for posting, Germs. Thanks for posting. That's why owls are good at hunting skunks, says Dr. Tara. That's what I've been told. Yeah. Yeah. Chaotic Time Traveler says there's been a snowy owl in the area, but I haven't seen it yet. These ducks had a lot to say, though. You know, gossipy members of Anatidae can be. Yeah, they can be quite talkative. Good stuff. And some ducks can be quite deadly. As we see in this documentary here. Yeah. Watch out for that duck. Got him. I love this documentary. Thank you, Isolated. I appreciate that. Believe it or not, I made that myself. Here. The Golden Eye. Golden Eyes. Did we look at these guys last week? Three species. The genus Bucephala. They're related, of course, to our other ducks. Sea ducks. Good stuff. Yeah. So many ducks. Ducks galore. 147 species. 156 species within an added day. Ducks, geese, and swans. Good stuff, Chaotic Time Traveler. Yeah. Good stuff. Thanks for posting. Oh, and Neverwinters would say common grackles about our mystery birds up top. Although there may be some red-winged blackbirds mixed in. Interesting. Do red-winged blackbirds hang out with grackles? Do they form mixed flocks like that? Huh. Very cool. And that would be a screech owl there that we saw earlier. The super cute owl. Screech owl! That's the name that I was trying to recall. Nice. Yeah, they can be noisy. Yeah. Yeah. And Neverwinter's got a solitary sandpiper. It'd be cool if there was more than one in the picture. But there's not. Once again, gorgeous photo. Gorgeous photo from Neverwinter. Look at that. Yeah. Good stuff. The solitary sandpiper, Tringa solitaria, from May 2021 at John Hines National Wildlife Refuge in Philadelphia, PA. I wonder if they do like to hang out by themselves, if they're non-gregarious, because I've definitely seen other sandpipers hanging out in groups. And there's one all by his lonesome too. Huh. Wild. Very cool stuff there. Neverwinter, very cool. There's a 1 for your solitary sandpiper. And here's a pipe. And some sand. Good stuff. Amanita says, I participate in an ongoing wetlands restoration project in Hawaii through an Alaska to Hawaii government NGO partnership. Present, our efforts are focused on remediating invasive plants and pigs. Oh boy. When we set out this September, we got to meet these beautiful endangered Aeo, or Hawaiian stilts. The video quality is horrid and it was incredibly bright and difficult to see, but I think they were worth sharing, even just to hear the calls of these incredibly rare creatures. The stilts are very attracted to the workspace because of the huge swaths of black visqueen, which traps water from the irrigation risers and creates artificial fish ponds. The first video is a single bird. Hopefully my coworker's music isn't too loud in that one. The second has 2 birds on each side of the frame. I spent a great deal of time vocalizing back and forth. It creates such a sense of peace and gratitude to be in their presence and to be part of an effort to improve their chances for survival. Very cool. Let's take a look. Turn that sound up. There we go. Yeah. So you said this is a stilt or a tern? Who is this? Hawaiian stilts. Very, very cool. Here, let's look them up. Here we go, in our wading birds. Blackneck stilts. Hymentopus mexicanus. Let's see. Isolated population, the Hawaiian stilt in Hawaii. Hawaiian stilt, that's what we're looking for. Hemantopus mexicanus knudsoni, an endangered Hawaiian subspecies of the black-necked stilt. Very cool. You can see why they're called stilts. If you're not familiar with these birds, that's why. Yeah. And they are endangered. Oh boy. There's a link if you want to read more about these critters. And Rushwing says those legs, they go all the way to the ground. Super long legs. Here, let's take a look at this video here too. Super neat. Rare endangered subspecies. Posted by somebody directly involved with the conservation and protection of these animals. What an honor. Thanks for posting. This is super cool. This is super, super cool. Thank you, Emanita, for posting there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks for sharing. Holy moly. Salamander says, today I went out searching for the great blue heron that's been in the area, but instead I found a red-tailed hawk on the Osprey platform. Second hawk from later in the day. I guess when the Osprey's away, the hawks will stand on their platform. Nice. All puffed up, trying to stay warm. It is really cool that there's a designated platform for the Osprey, you know? That makes me happy. And there's a second one. I'd say that's a red tail. My hawk ID skills are subpar. So, trust you there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very nice. Yeah. And great blue herons flat out sound like dinosaurs. It's wild. Oh, I mean all birds sound like dinosaurs because they are dinosaurs. But I know what you mean, Ultrasaurus. I know what you mean. By the way, you get a kick out of this, Ultrasaurus. And so would any pets who happen to be listening into the broadcast. Yeah. Take a look at this. The title of the video is Birds Sound Like Non-Avian Dinosaurs When Slowed Down, Part 1. How cool is that? Every time I play this video, people tell me, like, oh, my dog just ran over from the other room, or my cat is eyes got as big as dinner plates, you know? Yeah. Oh, boy. Anyway, you get the idea. I'll give you a link. There's also a part 2. It's good stuff. It's legit blowing my mind. I thought you would like that, Ultrasaurus. I thought you would like that. I used to work at a museum where, you know, in the dinosaur halls upstairs in the display area and the, you know, the public halls, they had like a, you know, Mesozoic soundtrack that would play over the loudspeakers kind of quietly in the background. So they had like, you know, kind of jungly, generic type sounds. Probably cicadas, various insects chirping and stuff. And then they had bird calls slowed down to be dinosaur vocalizations. And they were meant to be like kind of far off in the distance, but yeah, it was slowed down bird calls. It just works, you know? Lower frequency. Same general kind of vocal apparatus, probably, that some non-avian dinosaurs had. They wouldn't have had like a specialized syrinx or something, but a lot of dinosaurs probably would have had some kind of vaguely similar kind of apparatus. So if you're trying to come up with like a dinosaur sound for a video, for a movie, for a museum exhibit, you can't do much better than taking the sounds of modern dinosaurs, just embiggening them, slowing those down, lowering the frequency. It's an easy win, you know? Yeah. 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 Slow down red-tail hawk sounds. That was fresh wing, yeah. Yeah, and then they call it an eagle sound. Yeah, or the loon. The loon also, that sound ubiquitous in films and stuff. If we had more time, we'd watch that Vox video about it, which is amazing. But, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Tabitha. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that makes sense. Dog and Cardinal. This is Dr. Terminator. It sounds like a sitcom. Dog and Cardinal. A male cardinal. A blurry one. Moving around. And a doggo. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm glad they can coexist peacefully. Nice. See his little face right there. And we got a video. Oh, nice. Cardinal on the fence. They're kind of one of your quintessential winter birds in the East Coast and the central part of the U.S., huh? And Canada, too, I'm sure. Probably Mexico. Oh. Here comes the dog. The cardinal says, not today. Yeah. Yeah, an Ultrasaurus. That is really neat when you get those... What are they called? Gynandromorph cardinals? That is super neat. Yeah, the gynandromorphic cardinals. I do kind of wonder how that happens, because birds do have... like, their sex is determined by chromosomes. But yeah, neat stuff. Here's a link from USA Today. Pretty neat things you can get in nature like that, you know? Pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah. So ornithologists told the publication that the bird photographed could actually be fertile, since the left side of the bird is female and only the left ovary in birds is functional. That's true. Birds have only got one functional ovary. Their dinosaur ancestors presumably had two. But that's one of the sacrifices that birds made when they developed the ability to fly. You gotta cut weight everywhere, and getting rid of one of your ovaries is one of the things that they did. Gendromorphism in birds likely occurs when the egg from which the bird developed had 2 different sex chromosomes instead of just 1, according to Naturalistic Magazine. Very cool. Neat stuff. Anyway, that's not the case with this individual bird. But neat stuff. Dr. Tara, thank you for posting. Good stuff. Yeah, and Academia says, wow, I didn't remember that from ornithology. Yeah. We talked with Dave Verricchio about this a couple weeks ago. About the ovaries thing. There we go.
Tree kangaroos get into weird digit stuff as well.
Interesting. Huh.
No.
I'll look into that. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Do we have a transcript here? Going on to teeth. And how are you doing on time, by the way? I don't want to keep you for too long.
I'm good. I got nowhere to go other than talk about Troodon.
All right. Well, we really appreciate it. Can we get some appreciation for Dave in the chat too, everybody? Yeah.
Of animals that do it today. So they have 2 ovaries, sort of standard issue in a vertebrate, and 2 oviducts, and they form 1 egg from each ovary, and then the gecko will lay those 2 eggs, and then they kind of then go on elsewhere. It takes them about 3 to 5 days to lay the next pair, and they'll lay another. Geckos do it. So, we think that reflects.
There we go.
And those eggs are planted in the ground, more or less upright.
Talking about Troodon here. 24 of them per individual. That seems like too many eggs for one female Troodon. What might that imply, you think?
Yeah, they are relatively big eggs. And Jack suggested early on that, even if he was thinking Orodromius, but it works for Troodon, that maybe they were communal nests, multiple females contributing to them. And if you look at the numbers, like the ratio of the weight of all those eggs versus the adult egg, adult mass, and whether you use a reptile model or bird model, you get an egg clutch that's way too big. That's about 3 times bigger than you'd expect for an adult, whether you think of them as a bird or think of them as a reptile. So something's going on there. Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Anyway, here's a link if you want to see that. That's dinosaur paleontologist David J. Verricchio, my undergrad advisor from Montana State when I was there, and world expert on Troodon and dinosaur nesting and dinosaur taphonomy to a certain extent too. So, cool guy, and grateful to him for that interview.
Troodon.
And Basic Botch 1247 says, me feeding the seagulls some crackers on the ferry from Hatteras Island to Ocracoke Island in Outer Banks, North Carolina. Whoop. Peppers682, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. We've done this for years, yet to be bitten by one while it takes the cracker from our fingers. That's actually super cool. And what kind of gulls are those? They've got black heads. Huh. It's probably something simple like black-headed gulls. But that's really neat. You don't think of gulls as being particularly aerobatic, but they'll surprise you. Very cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Scoobs says, I caught this little guy wolf whistling at me. Uh-oh. Cheeky bird. I've been seen. Yeah, we have you on camera. Good stuff. Excellent. Scoobs, good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. I'm not sure who that is. Some kind of Australian parrot, right? A conure? I don't know. Very cool. Oh, slightly tricky Ultrasaurus. Oh boy. Guess what? I am slightly tricky. So not a common mallard unless you've got some sort of hybridization or mutation or something going on. I can almost see it being a hybrid. There's a little bit of green at the back of the head. The overall body shape looks very mallardy. The beak looks very mallardy, but that blue color is something really interesting. On the right track. Huh. Let's go to mallards on our tree of life. Mallard. Spot-billed duck is a sister taxon to the mallard. Then the Philippine duck. Mottled duck. So if it's going to be a hybrid, it's going to be something very closely related to the mallard. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. Oh, it's there? It's one of these guys? Is that like a mallard? Somebody else hybrid? American black duck, maybe? Huh. Northern pintail? Really? Really? Huh. Northern pintail. That's not the right photo. What's up with this? That's completely... Unless that happens to be a pintail right here? Maybe. Maybe they're trying to emphasize the pintail. Here. So is this a mallard pintail hybrid? Is that the idea? Look at the feathers too. Yeah. How much time separates those two lineages? I mean, Anas acuta. So it's the same genus as what is it? Anas platyrhynchus, I think, is the mallard. 3.99 million years ago. You've got the common ancestor of... No, it could be even further back than that. Where's our mallard again? here. Okay. Yeah. So 4.24 million years ago. So these two species split 4.5 million years ago, and yet they can still interbreed? I betcha if this is indeed a hybrid of a northern pintail and a mallard, I betcha this critter, he probably looks like a he, looks like a male, a drake. He's probably sterile, I would imagine. Yeah, Ultrasaurus, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Wild. Very interesting, Ultrasaurus. Thank you for sharing. That is, yeah. Oh boy. Weird. Very weird. Awesome, though. Thank you so much for sharing. See, isn't biology pretty rad? It's so neat. Neilf has got an osprey with a fish for lunch. Good job catching that fish. Very nice. Excellent. Got multiple ospreys on today's stream. This is great, Neilf. This is great. Yeah. There we go. Very nice. Axeman's got a tufted titmouse, thoughtfully tackling the task of tearing into a tough tree. Looks very pensive there. Yeah. And look at these beautiful photos. This is almost too good for Thursday BIRDSday, you know? Look at the quality of that imagery there. Just beautiful, you know? This is almost like, you know, this could be the about the author photo on the dust jacket of the book. Yeah. Bird thoughts. Good stuff, Axeman. Good stuff. Really lovely. Really lovely. Yeah. Nice. Nice. And Kawaisapod has got a first time posting. Look at that lovely great heron. Is that Ardea Herodias? No, Ardea Herodias is the great blue heron. But lovely photo. Very nice. Herons. Herons and egrets. The Ardeae. Here we go. They're part of Pelecaniformes, like we talked about earlier. Herons and egrets. Where's our heron? Okay. Gray heron. Great egret. There we go. Yeah. Herodias. I didn't realize that was a different genus from the great blue heron. Casmerodius albus. Good stuff. Good stuff. Pretty excellent. Very nice, Kawaisapod. Very nice. An excellent first time post. Gold medal. And Ultrasources, my university may or may not have offered a birding/ornithology course. While I may or may not have had an excellent Thursday BIRDSday with all of you, including you, Ultrasource. Thanks for that challenge you posted earlier. This has been a lot of fun. This is our last one of the day, our last one of the week. Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. I'm grateful for this time spent with you. It's been a lot of fun. And with that, we'll wrap things up for the day. Here's an Archaeopteryx. This Archaeopteryx, actually, to run our credits over. We'll try and find somebody to raid here. Who else is live on Twitch right now? Let's see here. Oh, Nerduino is on. Earth Science and Climate Change, Ask an Astronomer. Yes, please. Raid Nerduino, who is an astronomer and former NASA scientist. My fellow scientist here on Twitch, and always does cool streams. So we'll go hang out with him. Thank you to everybody here in our credits. Followers, subscribers, resubscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators. Thank you, mods. Raiders and chatters and lurkers, and appreciate all of you. Thank you for another fun stream. And I'm looking forward to spending some more time with you next week. I'm gonna have a very busy weekend getting ready for the big trip to North Dakota at the end of next week. Gotta work on that Spinosaur paper, gotta work on packing my stuff, getting my stream all set up properly for all the mobile stuff, the museum visit, all this rigmarole. It's gonna be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Excited to show you the wonders of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum and all the associated science. Anyway, everybody, have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support.